tackle transnational crime. On the foreign scene, France bans Israeli Minister Smotrich over West Bank Gaza policies. And now the detail. The federal government has acknowledged that inflation and insecurity remain significant challenges facing Nigerians while defending the economic reforms introduced by President Bola Tinubu's administration. Speaking at a press conference in Abuja to mark the 2026 Democracy Day celebration, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF George Akume, said that the government recognized the hardship caused by ongoing reforms but maintained that recent economic indicators showed signs of progress. He noted that inflation, though still painful, was a downward trend, while insecurity continued to threaten lives and livelihoods despite ongoing efforts to address it. Akume said the administration's policies were beginning to yield results, citing GDP growth of 4.07% in the fourth quarter of 2025 and 3.89% in the first quarter of 2026. He highlighted the impact of social intervention programs, including student loans, conditional cash transfers, and consumer credit schemes, while also defending fiscal and anti-corruption reforms aimed at strengthening public finance and accountability. The SGF stressed that security challenges remained unresolved, but said that the government was expanding the capacity of security agencies and enhancing regional cooperation to combat threats. Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele has revealed plans to sponsor a bill seeking to introduce a single 6-year tenure for presidents and governors after the 2027 general elections. Speaking with newsmen, Bamidele said the proposed legislation would be among the first bills he intends to introduce in the next Senate, arguing that a single term would allow elected leaders to focus fully on governance without the distractions of re-election campaigns. According to the lawmaker, the current two-term arrangement often forces office holders to spend a significant part of their first tenure strategizing for a second term rather than concentrating on delivering results. He maintained that a one-term, 6-year mandate would encourage leaders to maximize their time in office from the outset, knowing that they have only one opportunity to serve. While acknowledging that the proposal may not enjoy unanimous support, Bamidele said lawmakers have a duty to pursue reforms they believe will strengthen governance, adding that the bill would require constitutional amendments before it can become law. The House of Representatives has summoned the service chiefs and the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, to appear before lawmakers over the worsening security situation across the country. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion sponsored by Suleiman Gumi, who represents the Gumi Bukium Federal Constituency of Zamfara State. The summons come amid escalating attacks by bandits and terrorists who have continued to kill and abduct citizens in several parts of Nigeria. The growing insecurity has sparked renewed calls for President Bola Tinubu to reshuffle the nation's security leadership, with critics urging the replacement of the service chiefs to strengthen the fight against criminal groups. Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, has urged West African countries to deepen regional collaboration in addressing transnational crimes, warning that no single nation can effectively confront increasingly sophisticated cross-border criminal networks alone. He made the call while presiding over the 11th meeting of heads of Interpol National Central Bureaus, NCBs, for West Africa in Abuja, which brought together representatives from 16 countries alongside officials from the Interpol General Secretariat and regional security bodies. Disu highlighted rising threats, including human trafficking, arms, stressing the need for coordinated intelligence sharing and rapid response systems. In a statement by the Force Public Relations Officer, DCP Anthony Okon, Disu outlined Nigeria's ongoing efforts to strengthen international policing cooperation through expanded access to Interpol's 1247 network, participation in Project Gemini for improved travel document verification, and the use of the West African Police Information System, WAPIS, for regional data integration. He added that enhanced trust, transparency, and real-time information exchange remain essential to disrupting criminal activity before it escalates. Well, the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has updated its records on the People's Democratic Party PDP by removing the names of Ahmed Yari and Daniel Woyingikoro from its official portal as National Treasurer and National Financial Secretary. The electoral body has replaced them with Odeyemi Maxine Oladiro and Eyim Donatus Henry, who are aligned with a faction loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Nyesom Wike. Yayari and Woyingikoro are members of the faction led by former Senate President Bukola Saraki and backed by Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, which is also set to enjoy the support of the PDP Board of Trustees, BOT. Prior to the latest updates, INEC had already recognized the Wike-backed leadership by listing Abdurrahman Mohammed as national chairman and Samuel Anyanwu as national secretary on its portal. However, the retention of Yayari and Woyingikoro in the party's executive structure had created uncertainty over the Commission's position regarding the PDP's internal leadership dispute. With the recent changes, all officials currently listed as members of the PDP's national leadership on the INEC portal are now aligned with the Wike-backed faction. The development comes amid ongoing leadership tensions within the opposition party and follows interpretations of the Supreme Court judgment that have been cited by rival factions in support of their respective claims to legitimacy. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. The traditional ruler of Taba community in Kana local government area of Rivers State, Chief Prosper Niwe Mene Asa, has raised concerns over what he described as persistent harassment, intimidation, and other distressing actions by certain officers of the Nigeria Police Force against residents of Barasi Taba community. Addressing newsmen during a media briefing, Chief Niwe, who alleged that the community has February this year witnessed an increasing pattern of police harassment, arrests, torture, and extortion, stated that several members of the community have reportedly been subjected to unwarranted arrests and various forms of intimidation, including High Chief Mene MSK Nuli. He further alleged that in the early hours of Sunday, the youth leader of Taba community, Mike Torre, was arrested at his residence and subjected to severe treatment during the process of his arrest.
The attention of the public what we consider to be the persistent harassment, intimidation and distressing actions of certain officers of the Nigeria Police Force against the people of Barasi Taba community. In recent months, our community has experienced what appears to be an increasing pattern of police harassments, arrests, torture and extortion. Since February this year, several members of our community have reportedly been subjected to unwarranted arrests and other forms of intimidation, including His Royal Highness High Chief Mene MSK Nuli.
Chief Nui disclosed that subsequent inquiries revealed that approximately 15 indigents of Taba community are reportedly being sought by the police in connection with the alleged attempted murder of His Majesty Mene Swanu Barida. The chief, who also called on relevant authorities to ensure that all investigations are conducted professionally, impartially, and within the bounds of the law, while respecting the fundamental rights and dignity of all citizens, emphasized that Taba community remains committed to lawful engagement and peaceful coexistence.
Approximately 15 indigents of Taba community are reportedly being sought by the police in connection with the alleged attempted murder of His Majesty Mene Swanu T.Y. Baridam. It is important to note that Taba community has no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident involving Swanu Baridam. We strongly condemn any act of violence or criminality and remain committed to peace, justice, and the rule of law.
Speaking during the briefing, the wife of the arrested youth leader, Cecilia Torre, recounted how men dressed in black uniforms allegedly invaded their home and took her husband after subjecting him to physical assault without providing any explanation for his arrest, and appealed to security authorities to release him.
All of them were on black and black with guns. They are about 20-something in number. They came and carried my husband. Till now, I did not know his whereabouts. And they were beating him seriously without doing anything. This man they are tormenting like this is not feeling fine. He's suffering for so many sickness and he's not up to 1 month today. They got him arrested. Case is still in the court.
The former caretaker committee chairman of Kano local government area, Sonny Bekanwa, is expected to open his defense on June 15, 2026 in the murder case involving the death of Dr. Lucky Keina and engineer Deya Dunsara in Pine community. The adjournment followed the conclusion of the defense by the first defendant, Henry Barikuedele, who denied allegations of cult involvement or participation in the killings, are testifying in court. Barikuedele told the court that his statements implicating Bekanwa were made under alleged police torture, a claim Bekanwa rejected in his sworn statement, insisting that instead that the accusation arose after Barikuedele failed to settle the matter privately before involving law enforcement. Today FM correspondent reports that the defendant also denied ownership of a face mask allegedly recovered at the crime scene and dismissed early allegations linking him to an assault in the community, describing the incident as a non-cult related altercation. The trial judge, Justice IPC Igwe, adjourned the case and cautioned both defendants against attempts to distort court proceedings, stressing that the trial had progressed significantly and warning against statements undermining the judicial process. Chairman of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Senator Magnus Abbey, has called on the Ogoni people of Rivers State not to allow external forces to manipulate them into actions that could undermine their collective interests. Speaking with newsmen in Port Harcourt, Abbey assured his people that their aspiration of producing a governor of Rivers State would be achieved through unity, peaceful engagement and cooperation rather than attacks against one another. The former senator said his attention had been drawn to a series of defamatory publications targeted at him, which he described as deliberate attempts to damage his character and tarnish the reputation he has built over the years. Abbey, who stated that he was not surprised by such actions sponsored by desperate politicians whose political fortunes were dwindling, maintained that a multi-ethnic political alliance offers a greater prospect for success in Rivers State than what he described as a sponsored tribal campaign rooted in hatred and bigotry.
We will get the governorship, but we will get it the way other people have been getting it. We will get it peacefully. We will get it with the support of the state. And the way we are going to get it is that we must move closer to the structures of power, not move further away. I'm not going to hold any position in Rivers State. You know that. Don't need it. But I must create an opening for the support of my people to be recognized so that tomorrow, one of them, if not me, can also sit in the government house. But they have to know how it is done. They have to know how it works. And I am in a position to let them know.
Senator Abbey further recalled that when he contested for the governorship of Rivers State, some of the individuals now criticizing him for not supporting an Ogoni governorship candidate had organized town hall meetings to campaign against him, while he respected and protected their right to express their views despite the opposition. He advised Ogoni people to embrace unity despite differences in opinion over the strategy for producing an Ogoni governor, saying that while there may be disagreement on political approaches, there should be a consensus on the pursuit of peace, progress and prosperity for Ogoni land, which he described as being in the best interest of the people.
When I was denied the governorship ticket, the Ogoni people almost set fire to government house. They almost burnt Amechi out of God. He was terrified. I went on radio and I told them everybody should stop. Anybody who is doing that is not my supporter. They were very angry with me. And I asked myself, we are here. The government has chosen a candidate. What can we get out of it? They called me. They said, no, they will give me something to defray my losses and offered me a contract in the billions. I said, I don't want. The only thing I want, you are DG of Buhari's campaign. Bring Buhari to Ogoni land. Let us give him UNEP report. At that time, we had a report, which was still with our own effort. And he had to capitulate because if I didn't take money and that is all I want, then how else will you get me without?
The Rivers State government has called on pregnant women across the state to take advantage of free insecticide-treated mosquito nets as part of efforts to protect them from malaria and other health complications that could threaten safe childbirth. The acting permanent secretary of the River State Ministry of Health, Dr. Vincent Nwachukwu, made the appeal during the flag-off of the optimized Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week scheduled to hold from June 8th to 12th, 2026. The program was organized by the River State Primary Healthcare Management Board in collaboration with the Port Harcourt City Council. Dr. Nwachukwu reaffirmed the state government's commitment to reducing maternal mortality, stressing that no woman should lose her life during childbirth. Dr. Nwachukwu also urged fathers and family members to support pregnant women by ensuring they receive adequate medical attention throughout pregnancy and delivery.
You are not paying, the government is paying for everything you are not going to benefit. This gathering is not just a rendezvous. It is to sensitize our women, to tell you that, look, no mother should die trying to bring forth a child. And when you try to bring forth that child, you must do your bit to ensure that that child does not die under your care. And so there are a lot of things you're supposed to do to ensure that you are healthy, to ensure that the children you are bringing forth remain healthy, ensure that you deliver either in the hospital or health center, recognized and registered by the state government, health facilities in the state, tertiary, secondary, and primary healthcare center. We have
Also speaking, the Executive Secretary of the River State Primary Healthcare Management Board, Dr. Chituru Adeli, revealed that all pregnant women in River State have been enrolled in the RIFCHIP program to enhance access to quality healthcare services and promote safer deliveries.
Collaboration with them, we have also registered all pregnant women in RIFCHIP so that during this period of their pregnancies, they can have free antenatal and free delivery for all the women that are registered. So this is a very, very important part of program. So we want women to know that this exists for all our mothers. So our support for RIFCHIP improves access, and then there are several other improvements we are doing in our healthcare system as well, including digitalization and electronic medical record system is supposed to be. Once we implement that, that's also supposed to enhance the delivery of care to our people.
The optimized Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week is designed to improve the health and well-being of mothers, children and caregivers through the provision of essential healthcare services, immunization, health education and disease prevention interventions. On the foreign scene, France has barred Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich from entering its territory, accusing him of promoting the annexation of the West Bank and the recolonization of Gaza. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot announced the decision, saying France had also imposed entry bans on 4 settler organization leaders and 21 individuals accused of involvement in settler violence. He said the measures were coordinated with Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and Norway, reflecting international position to policies seen as undermining the two-state solution. Smotrich, a key figure in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing coalition government, becomes the second Israeli minister banned by France in recent months. Last month, France also prohibited National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir from entering the country following criticism of his remarks about activists detained by Israeli forces during a Gaza-bound aid mission. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, has proposed a single 6-year tenure for presidents and governors. The House of Representatives has summoned service chiefs and security advisor over the worsening security situation in the country. We told you that the IGP, Olatunji Disu, has called for stronger West African cooperation to tackle transnational crime on the foreign scene. You also heard that France has banned Israeli Minister Bezalel Smotrich over West Bank and Gaza policies. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Curry. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM.
When Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see o, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers:
0912 994 7115, 0912 994 7115, or 0813 572 3222, 0813 572 3222.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Hear the clock ticking on the wall, losing sleep, losing track.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's June 9, Tuesday, 2026, 6:28. Thank you so much for staying on today's Connect. We started with the news update. Of course, now it's time to talk with you, get to know what's on your mind. 7 o'clock area talk. We're going to be discussing something important. I want to lay a little emphasis on that. Something important on area talk. Yes, we look at the standards. And look at what's obtainable. Look at what's expected about our communities. There's an integral part of our community that we need to talk about. Maybe some of us are getting too used to what a lot of people think is not the normal. So we're going to talk about. So stay tuned for Area Talk. And then, of course, 8 to 9 eyewitness report. It was heated yesterday with you giving reports of what's happening around you. And I really appreciate this, that you're calling to talk. So you say thank you to us too. And we understand that we give you this platform to express what is supposed to be expressed, or what's supposed to be, what government's attention should be called to. And we love that we do that for you as Today 95.1 FM. And you also calling and talk about these things. You become our eyes in these communities, in these areas where our eyes cannot always be. My name is Queen Chima. And this week started great, started all good, although we're still having escalating security challenges. The National Security Advisor has been summoned, and he's been asked to, by the House of Representatives, please come and explain why the security situation is worsening in the country, and what measures exactly, and what measures are being put in place. Of course, he's the National Security Advisor. Some explaining needs to be done. Why there have been thoughts about the president doing a total rejig of the service chiefs. People are asking, I mean, will that make a lot of difference? Would that make a lot of difference? And do we even see does the president's body movement look like that is going to happen? Because maybe, just maybe, right, there's a little concentration for 2027. Yeah, take it or leave it. Now, that's what some people are saying. There's just a little concentration for 2027. And it may be normal, right? Imagine that you have, what's the best picture to paint with this? Now, imagine you have a wedding. Yeah, okay, you have a wedding next year or in a few months. And then there are a number of other things that you need to do to ensure that your home is put in place. You just maybe a little concerned, maybe depending on the individual. That's also another thing. A little concerned about the wedding, the excitement, or what do we need to put in place? What do we need to put in place? Or who is planning this or planning that? This wedding has to be top notch. It has to be talk of the town. I have to look good, right? Depending on the person. However, if you understood that your home front is as important as that marriage, maybe your father and your mom, they're having issues, and there's a man coming to get married to you, you know that, well, if your father and your mom are not, if their relationship is not intact, I mean, you wouldn't want your in-laws to see certain body movement, right? So it just depends on the person. And maybe that's why there's also been this call by Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele. He's revealed plans to sponsor a bill seeking to introduce a single 6-year tenure. Now, this is not the first time we're hearing about a proposal of a bill about a single term tenure. Some have said 4 years, some have said just 6 years, and you know the process that this has to go through. And here's his reason. He says, because if an individual and his cabinet understand that we just have 6 years to come do this, deliver on our promises, whatever our plan is, I mean, our agenda is for the 6 years, we just do our best and do our best for the country, do our best for Nigerians, and then leave office 6 years without planning or thinking about returning. that there would be a shift from, that focus fully on governance. There'll be a focus on governance and a shift from campaigns. Because remember that there were slightly slight conversations around campaigns, right? Even we know that campaigns have not started, but just being a lot happening. Right? Oh, there's a visitation to go do this. There's the president's wife traveled to so states. The president's wife started this initiative to help women and pregnant women across communities. And then you may just ask yourself, why now? Why now? Right? Oh, there is APC governors doing this, or this governor doing that. And some initiatives that you're wondering, okay, why has this not been since the inception of the government? Why closer to 2027? And this is what you can see as a Nigerian. The ones that you cannot see, there are no explanations to, but are geared towards active preparation for 2027 elections. Because, of course, we have a number of people who you thought are coming back, returning and flying their party's ticket, right? And, does this help you with concentrating on governance as a political office holder? That's a big question. Well, some people may argue that exactly this is true. Right, true. And so the current 2-term arrangement, 4 years, maybe doesn't work for the kind of effort we need to put in as a country, as Nigerians, or the distance Nigeria needs to go in terms of growth and development. Maybe one person should just come, 6 years, you're done. 6 years, you're done. Another person, 6 years, you're done. But then, would this change much if it passes through all of these readings and it becomes law? Would it change anything? Well, that's a question that would answer and we'll keep thinking about, pondering and giving aspects and perspectives to it. All right, I'm calm now. What's on your mind? Let me hear you talk. I'd like to know how your day has been too, as you're telling me what's on your mind, right? What is on your mind and how has your day been? What have you been thinking about all through today, or what are you thinking about right now? Like now. So I'd be glad to hear from you. Call me on 0810 951 951. That is 0810 951 951. Right, or you can send a text to 0701 933 9962. That one you can send a text or WhatsApp message to. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening.
Hello?
I can hear you. Good evening. Okay, so I could hear you, but I think you did not hear me. So call again, please. It's 0810 951 951 and tell me what's on your mind. You can send a voice message. That's alternatively a voice message or a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962 and tell me what is on your mind, right? We can talk about that, what's going on with you, what's on your mind, whether you want to rant, whether you want to just just release the tension or a concern, something that's quite troubling that you want to talk about, or something exciting too. Because sometimes when I open the phone line and ask what's on your mind, we tend to dwell on a lot of bad thoughts, but it could also be good. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Chinedu.
Chinedu, welcome.
Yeah, I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Chinedu.
Yeah, what is in my mind is about this security of everything. And when looking at those things, I feel like the government hand has, the politicians' hands are in it. Number one, what I said is number one, they have, like, when they made this payment, those bandits, are they making it like, maybe is it transfer or what? Because if it is transfer, they will trace them. Because I know that EFCC can trace someone, they can track someone. Those who they make calls, They receive money. How did they get this money? How did they see this money? Is it by cash or transfer? Understand? So those are things the government will be questioning. Why are they doing this thing to us? The other countries are laughing at us. Maybe we are at the end of Africa and we are behind. Things are going wrong. Innocents are being wasted away. How do they pay this money? Is it by transfer? If it's by transfer, there must be a way to trace them.
All right then.
People.
All right. Thank you for saying what's on your mind. What's on my mind is the statement by Akpabio that the military should not be probed of their finances and expenses to enable them concentrate on internal security. This comment is highly condemnable. It's an endorsement of corruption in the military. How does probing the military affect internal security? The military is a public institution with budgetary allocation and should be accountable to the people, especially at this time when soldiers are complaining of poor welfare and inadequate firearms to combat crime. The military is not above the law and must submit itself to financial scrutiny. Mr. Lucky. All right. Yes, that was a text message. You too can do the same. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. What is on my mind is what you just analyzed of me. Planning to introduce a bill of 3 year single tenure for president and governors. Erufai is a political analyst and strategist planner. He already interested that Tinubu is trying to be Pobia of Nigeria, want to become a right president. Let us go ahead. All God will expose the old ones whether they are playing with that Asu Rock. Whether it's Obeli Society, Obeli Kovu, not Chunda. God will expose them. So that people will benefit from it. Just like the electoral that was amended, the constitution was amended that they allowed Jonathan to contest again. So let them continue. God will continue to expose them, but all their plans will fail, and nothing will save them from leading us to Lagos Lagoon or Lagos, Babylon Street in Korea. So, on all the laws, these are our priorities. What can they affect them? The better they are amended. Some of them have been affected. I think they were being opposition parties. What is planned against your neighbor or your fellow human being, the grade you do for another person, the person that did it will fall into it. So that will make the North, Nepal will not return back to the North in 2021 as we are praying that it is the turn of the South.
Right.
Go on to them. Thank God. That will be not use it against Tinubu continuity. So with other states that they are committed against them. And Nigerians know that Tinubu is trying to make himself a right president. Somebody that claims to be a Democrat. Look at this even.
Okay. All right then. What's on your mind? 0810-951-0951. You can call that number and say what's on your mind. All right. Send a text. A text walks to 0701 9339 962. Text or WhatsApp message and tell me what is on your mind. I'd also like to know how your day's been. I was asking that earlier. You probably are saying, oh, it's been you're just saying it and without calling to say what it is. It's been a great day, Queen, or it's not. It's been just a regular day. But whatever it's been like for you, right? I'd like to find out, get to hear from you this evening. 0810-951-0951. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Okay, I just want to join my voice to what the earlier first caller called and said.
All right, go on, please.
In as much as we are not excited what is happening in the nation, They say, well, injury to one is injury to all, whether it's from your family, in as much as your own inhabitant, you are cohabiting with others who are also staying in this country in number of square meters. We all stay together in the same place. But what is my mind is, how are they able to rescue these people? Not just 10, not just 15, not just 20, 360 something. And I'm beginning to say, we all know before that something is fishy. The political will to say somebody did it. You see, sometimes, man, it's not only that you kill somebody that you're a murderer. When you try to, what they call it, you also hide information without giving them out. Who is that person that knows about these people that are doing all this and yet refuse to give information? There are cases we had that even I think in Borno somewhere, where a garrison commander, we are all waiting in their garrison command, knowing that Boko Haram was going to take to that route. And suddenly a military personnel called them to listen back and that they should go to somewhere else so that they could allow them access. And they came and did all the hard work they could do. And now suddenly somebody said they packed these people and somebody has carried them. We didn't see where they were carried them from. We didn't see the vehicle they put them for. Suddenly they have released and we're happy. Of course we will be happy. But that happiness will not be short-lived. You discuss with a man and give him money. He hands up tomorrow to gather money and go and buy one more. Because it's going to be a lucrative business. And so online social media where armed bandits were entering into a nice one-story, a big duplex, a two-story duplex. And they were like, I was asking, whose house is this? How did I get access to that house? So many things are shrouded in secrecy.
Right.
We're not doing ourselves any good. One thing I know, I speak the good thing for people I speak good things for people to be happy. One thing in life, if you speak heal will locate you. If you are part of this sense, God is so wise and God is not can never be mocked. Whoever that is behind all this pain that is causing everybody in this country will not go unpunished. Okay. One way or the other. I don't want to believe that this government is part of it, but if they are, you see how reckless they are too. But I don't want to believe they are part of it. And whoever is trying to do this to assume power will fail. Well, God oversees and watch all the affairs of men. We are tired. Honestly, we are tired.
All right,
People are slaughtered like chicken on a daily basis. We are like counts. Human life means nothing. If this happened, this was to be in the Western countries. One show will be a lot to them. We saw when the Nigerian soldier was held up at the out of the US city, they had to send their men mercenaries to come and pick them from the location. It's quite unfortunate. Prayers, it's not only prayers, we also have to put up the fighting spirit to work for our nation and ensure that we do good things so that at the end the glory will go to Almighty God.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. This message, what's on my mind? River State Governor should look into pensions board. How can he give 2.5 billion or 2 billion to the board every month to pay gratuity? They've not still paid above 2019. How? Something must be wrong somewhere, you see. All right. Thank you so much for saying what's on your mind. Now, you two can call. All right. The phone lines are still open. We're still doing this up on to close to top of the hour, which is 7 o'clock. So you can call and let's get to hear what's on your mind. Except you have not been thinking of anything, which I doubt. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Unya calling from Andon.
Welcome. What's on your mind? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Are you there? What happened now? Please call again. All right. Call again at hear your thoughts. All right, please. 0810-9510-951. Welcome. What's on your mind?
I called back.
Oh, good. Good to hear from you.
Is it clear now?
Yes, it's clear. Go on, please. It's clear. Can you hear me? Okay. Welcome. What's on your mind? Are you there? Can you hear me? All right, dial again 0810 and 9510 I don't know what's going on with the phone lines, but just keep calling. You get through to us. Welcome. What's on your mind?
My name is Sunday, calling from Port Harcourt.
Sunday, welcome.
What is on my mind? I've always believed that what goes around comes around. You know, the government of the day at the center, they use propaganda. They also made a mountain out of the Chibok girls' insecurity. Used it, called Jonathan all manner of names and all that. And they sold it to the masses. And the masses believed that Jonathan was incompetent. The masses believed that Jonathan could not handle the situation. And then for those who cared to listen to me then, I keep saying it that the seed they sow then, they are going to reap it. And if anybody wants to agree with me, they were using propaganda in Jonathan's time. But as I speak with you, me and you know that even if maybe some situations are blown out of proportion, yet we are here with the reality of serious insecurity in Nigeria. So it's no longer like, so if you open social media and you hear news here and there of insecurity, so it's not like somebody is trying to set up the present government, or somebody is trying to witch hunt them and all that, or call them bad name, or rather, they are being caught up with the seed they so long ago. You know, as if they were ready to handle the government well. But today, look at what is happening. They are performing woefully. So, people should always know in life that what goes around comes around. That whatever seed you sow, no matter how you sow it, and no matter the year you sow it, it will only take a while for it to catch up with you. That's what is on my mind.
All right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. 0701 9339962 for text messages. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yes.
Good evening, my sister. How are you?
I'm fine. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Elder from Oyibo.
Welcome, Elder.
You see, what's on my mind is that for a couple of days now, honestly speaking, I have been praying that God should really prove that He's God. You see, the people that brought this carnage, that brought this cruel killing we are witnessing, this evil, it will never be well with them, including their generation. Yesterday or day before yesterday, I watched live. Where is it a Baraje? What they call that man? The one on. He told the whole world. I read the whole thing. Tears almost gushed out of my eyes. He said he said he warned these people 2014 that this might spell doom. When they brought in this food and elders from Mali, he said everybody is suffering it.
Are you there? Are you there? All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening, my sister in the radio house.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. How is your work today?
Work is fine. Thank you.
Okay, I remember Chigozi from Obake Clan.
All right. Welcome.
My
Go on,
sister,
please.
what is my mind is this? I want to make it sound and clear. When our former president is ruling, Goodluck Jonathan, on the process, there are Musa Yar'Adua grant an amnesty. Assuming that Musa Yar'Adua did not grant amnesty in Niger Delta region, I wonder how Nigeria is going to be. So I use this medium to inform the federal government of Nigeria to be needful concerning the insecurity going on entire the country, so that our people will be safe. Thank you. This is what is my mind. I remember Chigozi from Obake Clan.
All right then. Welcome.
Sorry, I don't know what caught my call.
Yeah, I was trying to still get your thoughts. But go on. Can you hear me? It's the same thing, right? Your court didn't end just couldn't get to your thoughts again. Just stopped. All right, let's listen to this voice messages. Okay, let's do the call. What's on your mind? What's on your mind? Welcome.
Yeah, hello, lady friend. Good evening.
I can hear you. Welcome. Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Reginald. I'm calling from Today.
All right, Reginald, go on, please.
Yeah. What is on my mind is one of the senators from Anambra, who is a close ally to former Governor Kidoji.
Okay.
He's a presidential candidate. That senator is Senator Victor Women, very close ally. And he is advocating that the National Assembly should buy them more cars, more vehicles for their official use. And you and I know, let me say, I know that these people collect constituency funds, money meant for the development of their constituency, which many of them are not using it. Money that is running into millions. Sometimes you hear about 500 million, you hear about 400 million, you hear about 300 million. And one person will collect it, pocket it in his pocket, collect from this year, collect next year, and collect 4 good years in a tenor without the people getting anything from it.
Okay.
Lady Queen,
Yes.
I have looked around within the River State, and I can hardly tell you that this is what our senators are using the constituency money for. Just like what Senator Natasha is also doing from Kogi Central, and I begin to ask, is she not a senator? Is she receiving a different money while these people are receiving this different money? But despite that, this man is still calling that they should buy them other official cars.
All right, then.
All the insecurity. A man that should be concerned about the pain.
All right.
The security challenges.
Welcome to the FM. What's on your mind?
Please, after now, drop the second line. I don't know what is happening to this line. Imagine I'll be talking all of a sudden, it just cut off.
It's just network. Go on, because we've been taking other calls too.
As I was talking, I listened to Kawo Baraji when the man was explaining his on his people.
It's your network. It's actually your network. It's not from here. Can you hear me? It's your network, right? It's not. I don't think it's our fault. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Mr. Kuri is my name.
All right, go on, please.
My sister, when you ask me what's up, where will I start? Because I am an actor, and I know that Nigeria is not complete. I am telling you that, yes, actually, I was born during the Biafra and Nigeria war. But I tell you, there was food, there was light, and there was movement in some areas freely. But today, as I'm talking to you now, the hunger that the Nigerian man is facing today as a democracy, I think Biafra and Nigeria should have been more better that time. I have gained that time. Because I know very well about that. You enter farm, you come out peacefully, there's no problem. It is some area that was destined for war, but not everywhere. But today, the hunger in Nigeria today, as a democracy people, that they say they are wisdom people, there is nowhere in Nigeria that hunger does not affect. There is nowhere in Nigeria that fuel does not affect. There is nowhere that the NEPA does not affect. And tell me where are we starting? If these things are not working, what country are we talking about? And that's where I saw that. To me, I think that Biafra, I come back, It's a welcome to women because at that time I did not suffer. What I suffered there. Thank you very much. That's my name.
All right. Let's listen to this voice message.
Hello. Michael from Aba. Yeah. What is in my mind is that considering our legislators, the senators, the House of Reps, the way they have been doing their legislative duty, serving themselves instead of considering the people they are representing. Last time I heard about the Senate allocating jumbo money for their personal car, their motor, while people are trekking to work, trekking to offices because of the high cost of transport fare. They are there to serve their selfish interests. So I've been considering all the governance, in the country. They are there for their personal business. We have no representative. So let God help us and bring people that will know what governance is all about. That will wipe tears away from our eyes. That's what my mind thinks.
All right. All right. Thank you so much for sharing what's on your mind, for your calls and text messages this evening. Shortly, we'll get on area talk. We'll talk about our markets, the state of our markets, and the local government's responsibility in keeping the markets clean. And I mean, there are a lot of questions to ask about our markets. If it's ever crossed your mind what our markets should be like ideally, right, then you shouldn't miss area talk. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening. Just stay.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1.
This is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, there are people who don't like to go to the markets. Yes, they don't like it. And while it may be a phobia, there are also those concerns. So you've heard people say, I don't like going to the market because of how clustered it is. You've heard someone say, some people would say, oh, it's a very dirty space. So most times it's really dirty environment, so I don't like to go there. However, some people, it may just be a number of reasons. So there are people like that who don't like to go to the market, and there are those who enjoy going to the market. While if our markets are dirty, then we should talk about it, is an angle of a conversation on Area Talk today. We're also going to be looking a little away from that. It's inclusive, right? But we're going to be looking at government responsibility in maintaining in the markets maintenance, right? Maintenance. Look at the stores in the market. Look at regulation, orderliness in the market. Look at drainage system. Just a number of things, especially if we are talking cleanliness and orderliness issues, right? We'll look at that and also cite some of the major markets in the state and the state of the market, the situation of the market. Welcome to Area Talk again. My name is Queen Chima and it's Today 95.1 FM. So we'll be asking these hard questions. Why? Looking at sanitation, order and the law, demanding local government action in our community markets. And the question I'm asking you is, do you think River State markets fail the cleanliness test? Do you think that our markets fail the cleanliness test? Do they, or they don't? I was thinking about this and I asked myself, when we hear market, what do we think about exactly? The first thing that comes to mind is a very busy, sometimes dirty space. But is that what it's supposed to be? I think the first thing that should come to your mind when you think about markets is where you go buy or sell. A commercial hub, so you're going to buy or sell whatever you're buying or whatever you're selling. So I don't think the first thing that should come to some people's mind or most people's mind is how burdensome it can be to go to our markets. But we're going to look at regulations, because I'm aware, or we know, that these market women stores allocated to people however the allocation happens. We also know that they pay levies in these markets, sometimes tickets by ticket agents, although there have been unifying of all the ticketing system in the state. But however, these monies still have to go to government because it's a space provided by the government for people to trade. So these monies go to the government, and it's expected that some level of maintenance, did I just say some level? Maintenance should be carried out in these markets, right? So from the tickets, maybe single day ticket agent from the local government area collecting taxes and levies from market women or men or traders. Yet when you walk into most of these markets, think about Mile 3 Market, Rumokoro Market, Choba Market here if you're on the East-West Road, and of course there's also the Oil Mill Market. You experience mountains of refuse. You see blocked drainages, total chaos, right? And the Constitution says that the local government must maintain our markets. If traders pay their dues, why are the markets still so dirty and disorganized? Let's talk about it. And maybe we also want to expand this conversation away from the government and ask question. how Nigerians, right now, Nigerians and Rivers people and traders in this market, how they trade, like how they handle their space. Then we probably are looking at the infrastructure too of these markets. Is the infrastructure put up in a way that maintenance is easy, right? So the man who sells meat, for the woman who sells vegetables, or the one who sells fruits, or the one who sells beverages, fabric, just depending. How can we have these markets organized? There's a market that a particular local government decided to renovate and build and transform everything in that market. I went to that space, I think about 5 years after leaving that state for a while. I went back there and it's like, I did not recognize the place. Don't get me wrong. Recognizing the place is not that it got better, it got worse. I mean, everything just changed for the worse. And so it brings that question of who exactly is responsible. Right, who exactly is responsible, or what sort of responsibility do we place on the government, and what sort of responsibility do we place on the traders? Then you too, who's going to buy, maybe you're going to buy, you don't sell in the market, what responsibility do you also have? We're going to be looking at all of that. For instance, the My 3 market, Job, Port Harcourt City local government area, the market, you look at the cleanliness issues there. Of course, it's a massive generator of organic waste already. So, and it's only normal to think about how traders often face health risks, because we should ask questions like this, right? You look at orderliness in our markets, like the orderliness issues, traffic along the Aquarium Road axis heavily impacted because of the market spills onto the main road. So, the Port Harcourt City local government, is actively running sanitation drives. But why hasn't a permanent sustainable waste disposal system been established inside the market space? Or why do we still have our markets looking the way that they look? Or do we just hear, when we think about markets, when you think about markets, our markets, oh, I want to go to Choba Market to buy something, do you think of just a space that's disorganized? I'm headed to Rumokoro Market. Oh, it's Wednesday. Oh, tomorrow is Wednesday, oil mill. Okay, the oil mill market. Oh, and how disorderly it would be. Oh, we know the issue already of traders selling close to the road and all the fight in Obiakbo here, just Rumosi, the challenges and trying to move the women to a particular spot and telling them to move away from the road. The same thing with oil mill, where Wednesdays are a hustle for a lot of people because of how traders will leave their stores, leave the areas they're supposed to, and come to the road because they claim that they are trying to get closer to their customers. The disorderliness. So it's like when you want to look at how the state is, Nigeria at large, but it's area talk, so we're talking River State. Let's just concentrate on River State. It's like when you want to look at how serious we are as a people, you want to look at our markets. Why should we look at our markets? We should look at our markets. We look at our health facilities. We look at our education system, right? Because what happens in the market, you go to buy what you eat. And should our markets really be the way that they are? Have you thought about it? Has it been a matter of concern to you? Should they be the way they are? And ask me how are they? Well, would answer that question when I open the phone lines. Then you look at the Rumokoro and the oil mill markets, which is obviously under the Obiakpo local government. Still the cleanliness issue. Improper wastes, disposal by food vendors, market users, of course, remains a persistent challenge in this market. Rainwater mixes with rotten garbage, creating an environmental hazard. Now, what is the responsibility of the trader? Is it just to come, display your goods, sell and leave? Is that what it is? Do we have a monitoring or supervising system in our markets that ensure, I'm not talking about these agents that want to enforce ticketing, enforce, leave the roads. That's amazing too, because taxes have to be paid. I'm talking about some sort of supervision as to how clean these markets should actually be. Orderliness issues. Of course, Rumokuro was, I think there's been a reduction, just quite some reduction. I don't know how it is right now. I've not been to that market for a while, like, because of my location, right? Your location also depends on the markets that you go to. But it's notorious for roadside trading. The clashes that government has had with traders resulting in seized goods and bribes and chaos. So why can't the local government create designated affordable stores inside the market instead of using aggressive task forces to chase citizens on the highway? Can we not maintain the stall system? Is the possibility difficult? The stall system where even if the woman says, I cannot afford to have a big store, so I could share with someone who's selling the same thing I'm selling, or similar or opposite, but we can share the space, but it's organized, not on the road with an umbrella, right? Because sometimes, think about this Choba road, this Choba market, of course the market is just opposite the road, a major road. Have we thought about situations of, accidents, what you cannot control? Because should that be the situation, that there's a market just on the road, on a major road? Have you thought about that? Right? You look at the Creek Road market, right? And just looking at the current reality on ground, if you visited the market, if you went to the market today, any of those markets, tomorrow will be the oil mill market. It's good we're having this conversation. So when you go to oil mill tomorrow, you're just accessing, you're just looking around, right? Looking around like, is this how our markets should really be? Can it be better? Can't it be better? Why Ruwama will do their delay? We experienced delay in refuse clearing by Ruwama 2 months ago, 2 months, and last month, and there's been some sort of improvement. Some people saying, right? However, it's not changed entirely the state of our markets in terms of cleanliness. And then infrastructure is also something that I've been talking about. Infrastructure of the market, the drainage, because for the ones that go and see the drainages, how clogged they are. Clogged. Check the room, clogged, because your vegetable, your nylon, your plastic bottles, whatever inside the drainage. Our markets really show what we are as a people. Then we are talking about orderliness and space allocation, and traders have complained that stores are overpriced, right? And then they're just forced to be on the roadside. What can be done? So, because when we're looking at a complete rearrangement of our markets, a lot has to go into it. So the traders move away from the road, chase them out of the roads, barricade, and there's an extent to which they can get. However, should our markets be these ras? Can we not have some level of organization? I know that it's a market. There's already the noise, there's the chaos, people buying and selling, the number of people you have per time, right, in that space, right? But do you think that we can have much more, right? Some level of orderliness in our market? And our local governments, are they really doing enough in terms of maintenance? Are they really doing enough in terms of maintenance in our markets? This is what we're looking at on Area Talk this evening. Let's get your thoughts, right? You can pick one of the markets and just highlight it, right? What it is like and what it could be like, better situation, right? Do you think that River State markets fail the cleanliness test? That's the question, right? If he does, tell me. If he doesn't, what can be done better? Is the local government doing well with our markets? Are they? 0810-9510-951. You can call that number, send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Area Talk.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Goody, calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Goody.
All right. I think I've been emphasizing on this time without number. how some markets, even at the East-West Road, really Lalimini covers the road. Even the OSPAC and police division cannot help the matter to chase them out of the major road. Even how I went to Rumuji Market, I was unable to pass when they have clustered the road. They left one lane out of the white lane that is in the middle of the road. They took one, and it is very hard for vehicle applying the federal road highway like that to pass. Talk of a big lorries. Then I find it difficult. I was going along the Chobua and Rumokoro. It is not easy. Even Igruta, do you know Igruta? Even though the marketers are not there, the bike people will just cluster the whole road because they see the place is the only place that the bike run. The township that bike run, they cluster the road. Then when I used to tell the marketers, go inside. At least I will urge all the people that are regulating the market, they should designate a place where these people will dump their refuse. Because most of the times when you go inside the market, you see a lot of things. They dump something anywhere they like because there is no designated place. Even though there is designated place, it is very far from them. If they should bring a bucket and map it there, it will help. Then the local government chairman should take responsibility because even though you go to the Nigeria Constitution, you discover that it is their right. It is their constitutional duty to take part of it. So they have to take responsibility because they collect money from these women.
All right, then. We'll take another call. Welcome to Area Talk.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, Reginald, I call from the doctor.
Reginald, welcome.
Yeah, very good. The issue of our market and the condition of our market call for very serious concern.
Okay.
Marketplace is supposed to be one of the needs of leaders' environment because that is where we go for shopping. We go and shop for what we will wear, what we will buy, what we will eat, and everything that has to do with us in the market. But what we have, dirty environment. A market is owned. Some markets are owned by communities. Some markets are jointly owned by the local government.
Okay.
That is where the local government builds the market. What it means is that market is jointly owned by the local government and the community.
Okay.
Meaning that local government is collecting levy that market, and also the communities are also collecting levy on that market.
All right.
And we know that they collect tickets, local government collect tickets where local government is involved together with the community people. Local government collect tickets, community people collect tickets.
Okay.
And we also know that market also
try wrapping up your thoughts, please.
Let me wrap. We also know the market also pays sanitary levy. Meaning that levy is supposed to be used to keep the market clean. But what we have is people collecting levy and then abandoning their responsibility.
All right.
So for me, I will not put much blame on the market women or on the market because they are paying, and the reason why they are paying is for the people that are collecting these levies to use it to maintain the market, both infrastructure and the sanitary aspect of it. Thank you very much.
All right. You're not blaming the market women, you say. You're blaming the government. All right. Let's get to hear from you. What's the truth? What would you describe, or how would you describe the state of markets, right, in Rivers State? Do you think that they meet the cleanliness test, right? And who should be held responsible exactly? What quota does the government have? The traders have? The buyers, do they have any? Who should be held responsible? Is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. You can call 0810 9510-951. That's the number that you can call. So we're looking close into the engine rooms of our local economy, and that's our community market, right? Because if you live or commute or even do business in River State, you or its surrounding local government area, you know that you already know the Mile 3 market, Diobo, Rumokoro markets, the midweek hub, that's oil mill, on Wednesdays, Choba market, Gruta, and others, serving these communities, places where millions of naira change hands daily. These are the places where you buy food to feed your families, to eat. But let's be completely honest. What is the current state of these markets? When you walk into Mile 3 or the Choba market, now the rainy season is here, right? You're just confronted with a harsh reality. Overflowing refuse in some of these markets, heaps sitting right next to fresh food stores, next to vegetable sellers, right? So these local markets, some people just say it's a total lack of basic sanitary facilities. Do we even have, some of these markets have like toilets? Do they have? Do they? I mean, I'm sure most buyers you just hurriedly buy and you leave and you're running to your house. You don't want to use the market toilet. You'd never want to imagine that you would ever do that in your entire life. Right. Then there is that one for sanitation, the sanitary situation of the markets. Then you talk about the issue of public order in these markets, where at Rumokoro and Oil Mill, you've seen like a total spill into the main roads, causing traffic gridlock. There's been some level of control, but it's not being controlled completely. Government responds, there's an action, the traders return to status quo, right? Government responds with aggressive force, there's retreating and a change, they return again. They chase traders, they seize goods, they create even more chaos. So we do know that the establishment, the maintenance, and the regulation and sanitation of market fall squarely on the shoulders of the local government. So, and there's revenue from these markets. So whether daily tickets or taxes or whatever it's called, sanitation levies from petty traders and market women, of course, if they don't pay, they have to pay. They pay. So if it is efficient, these collections, these taxes, revenue, why is maintenance in our markets almost non-existent? Or isn't it? Welcome to Area Talk. Okay, the call dropped. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call. It's Area Talk. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Goody. There is something I saw during the weekend at the oil mill. I met some women. I say, why are you people clustering the road? And the governor wants to pass the following day. They say that the tax force came to them and told them that they shouldn't come out, that the governor will be passing tomorrow. They used to pay those tax force. Sometimes you see them maybe jumping up and down and see they're doing something. They are collecting money from the marketers for them to cover the road. When the governor wants to pass or some personality wants to cross the road, they will allow them. Tell them make on a come off the road. So people won't come. They won't come. So after they come out finish, make on a come. You see, when you are doing it like this, sabotaging the government, pretending as if you are password, if you are helping the matter, you are not helping the matter. I would tell you, you are not helping the matter. Please, let everybody work so that we sanitize the state. The state will be a beautiful state as a garden city we used to know it. Thank you.
All right. I'll keep the calls coming.
I get it up for you. Better truly Naija. It don't enter. Life it don't enter. Casino like no other with the best Naija.
Spin and
and win big with Bet Niger's truly Nigerian casino. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Bet Niger, truly Niger.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Well, it's still area talk on Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people. All right, we're still talking and taking a closer look at the engine room of our economy, which is our market. If you go to the market, you do business in the market, or basically you just buy from the market. You know that you may have thought about the situation of our markets, the markets in our communities. Maybe from Mile 3 market to the Chova market or Emil to Rumokoro, you're asking, is this what our market should really be like or look like? Because almost every time you go, you're confronted with a harsh reality, right? So you're looking at how clogged the drainages are, you're looking at how dirty, disorganized, how unclean, right, these markets are. For the traders, you pay your statutory market levies and sanitation fees to the local government agents without fail. So what exact facilities or services does the local government provide for you in return? I mean, that's a question. I know the markets have leadership, they have an organizational structure, they have like market heads. So what conversations do you have with the government as regarding what the markets should be? Is that important? Are those conversations that are even put on the table? For the shoppers and consumers, when you buy fresh produce next to open block drainages in this market, how concerned are you about the public health risks? I mean, there are a lot of questions to ask. Do you feel that local authorities are doing enough to safeguard the food supply chain? And the major question is, does our markets beat? Does it meet the cleanliness test? That's what we're asking on Area Talk. 08109510951. Welcome.
This is Mr. Zion. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Zion.
If you want to follow the global standard of market, no market in River State meets that test.
Okay.
Not one. And it's so unfortunate that billions of naira annually comes out of this market as revenue. But what is the government putting back to that same market? Nothing. So you see that the markets have been raped. Even when they are under their monthly period, they rape them. They don't take care of them. The markets are looking so lanky, tiny, like HIV-infested body. Do you know that how which we have intellectuals tell me the affairs of these states? This one that they call Lagos now play. The opportunities viable to grow river states, Lagos State does not have it. That is why when I hear people compare Lagos and Port Harcourt, I say, no, this one never reach far. Look at the oil mill market. Recognized market in the whole of West Africa. Oil mill. But go and see how the oil mill market is. There is not one lock-up shop that is of state of the art provided there. And yet that is a global market. West Africa recognized market. Do you know the local government chairman of Obiapo? If the guy is intelligent enough, he will not even have this peanuts they are giving him as whatever. He will build standards of over 5,000 lock-up shops. All he can run 24 hours a day, and nobody will be tired there. Do you know the revenue to generate for the state? Direct and indirect employment, how much it will give? But no way. Go to the oil mill market, very dirty. What you see is still the big pins, they use starches to cover it. The little ones, they put zinc. The other one you see, just this primitive set.
All right. All right, Mr. Zion, you take out the calls.
So the responsibility lies on the market, not the market people, because the market people are paying environmental and sanitation fee.
All right then. Welcome to Area Talk.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I have a problem with the way we... my name is Mazi, sorry. I have a problem with the way we are governing this country in terms of market, something you just mentioned. What am I trying to say? I have said time with that number, we should abolish councillors.
Okay.
You know why?
Tell me, please.
Local government chairman. Let us ask ourselves. We know our councillors in our wards in this river state. What is the work of a councillor? No, this is a very big question. What is the work of a councillor? Councillor is supposed to be reporting to the local government chairman. Look at my street, my street work. There's a lot of shanty. There's a lot of illegal market people. Go to every flyover today. They are doing. If they have flooded it with market everywhere. Nothing like Garden City. Everywhere is messed up. Nothing is working. Everywhere is now market. How can they have a blueprint like, okay, let us be mega market? You say you want to compete with Lagos, you want to compete with West Africa, but look at what's happening. They already littered it with the illegal market. Go to, they are doing nails, they are doing purple, they are doing this, their pathway is doing there, and we have councillors. They are doing nothing. We don't even know their name.
Okay.
So, okay, look at now this they are giving the governor. The traders have occupied under the flyover. So tomorrow, after you beautify that place, you will see them urinating there. They'll be bringing the block one, small, until the block falls. They will have market. And let me tell you the truth, the community is the problem because they go and collect money from these people.
Okay.
So they are doing trading.
All right, let's take over calls. Welcome to Area Talk.
Hello?
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Matthew calling from Zota.
All right, welcome.
I think it's a shame and embarrassment to our government, mostly the local government.
Okay.
I've done a study about this revenue. If I tell you the amount of money these people make, you won't believe it. Go to OME, sometimes I begin to ask myself, if today there's an outbreak of any disease, what will happen? If you know the amount of people that took in that market, if you are passing through that market, look where those people put their meat. Every Dick and Harry, sorry to use that word, will come there, do everything that he wants to do. Look at the fly, look at how dirty that place is. Mostly if it is the time when it's raining, you can't match your legs. Go to where they sell the tomatoes, the vegetable. Now compare that site to that of fruit garden. Look how nice and how beautiful that fruit
garden is. Yeah.
They have every facility. That if you come where you park your car, it look as if you're in another part of the world, not in River State. Now I ask myself now, the one market there, what are they still holding that market? That up till now they couldn't be able to operate that market. For good 8 years, they built a market, and yet taxpayers' money was just built, just like a picture. We'll just see it and say this was the project of the former governor. No money was generated from it, yet people still come there and put dustbin and sell market, and the market was just like that, simply because the market was not allocated to somebody, or simply because somebody want the market to be in his own name. Now you begin to ask, go to Rumokoro to tell you the amount of money these people make. You will be so amazed, you will be so surprised that it's a lot of money, that even it can run a local government without any subvention from federal government or state government. Only look at the money the taxis and bosses pay. Yesterday, Rumola people were shouting. A boy was telling me that every day he paid 200 to more than 20 people. Calculate it. And yet this money, somebody will just collect this money and put it in his pocket. Why can't the state government and the local government come together and say, okay, this is what we'll do. Everybody has a phone. Pay it direct to a single account.
All right.
There will be money. There will be a number generated to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's get to hear from you. Right. Let's find out. Okay. All right. This is for Eyewitness Report. He sent a message already. No problem. So definitely going to take that when it's time for Eyewitness Report. But right now we're talking about the state of our markets. Right. We're talking about the state of our markets. We know that the local government is saddled with the responsibility of maintenance, the markets, restructuring, rebuilding, maintaining these markets. Are they doing enough? Are they? And the big question on Area Talk is, does our markets, look at them, all of them, one after the other, paint the picture of the markets in your head. You probably went to one of them today, right? Or this week, yesterday, or over the weekend. You did. Do they meet the cleanliness test? Do they? Should our markets really be the way that they are? You ever asked yourself that question? Could they not be better? Welcome to Area Talk.
Queen, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Ken.
All right, Ken, go on, please. All right, go on.
Queen, sorry, I don't know. See, this is talking about the market. My idea, the picture paint about is dirt. D-I-R-T. All about the why. Dirt is very dirty and smelling. African markets. I wonder. Now, somebody talked about the councillors. What is their job? Like he asked a child, what is the duty of a policeman? They collect money on the road. That's what he's saying. That's what the child is saying. The duty of this guy is just to collect tickets and money from these women and nothing more. Collect money and they go back. What does that money do? That's sanitation money. Don't they use to clean that place? I give an example of UAE. You go there, the Emiratis, the local, they call themselves the owners of the indigenous of the place. They get what they call it, Pakistanis, Filipinos, and the Bangladesh Indians. They clean the places for them. And some Africans who want to take that job, they can because they cannot do, and they pay them. Why not pay people? There are people who are willing to do that and clean it. Those that are doing that as a job, they don't take clean responsibility because they are not accountable to anybody. It's just their job they are doing. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. There are those people, the market women even pay again to go clear this thing for me. They clear it. Those people cannot account them because they're doing their job. Now, the councillor, what are you doing? Chairman, mandate the councillor do this thing. Go and you, supervisory councillor, go around and check these things. Nobody. This of sanitation, no way. You see this way they call health officials, they just walk around, go to eateries and other places, they collect money and nothing. That is the end of it. So you see, nobody is taking responsibility. That is the problem. Now get to the park now, they collect money every day. It's not even motorable. The park is safe where Nigeria Union of Road Transport Workers are collecting money. So the country is just, we are going into a lawless state. That is what is happening because nobody is taking responsibility. So I tell you, when you are there now, if your boss doesn't take responsibility, you will not be there. You will do anytime you like, you come to work. Anytime you don't like, you come to work. If this is too much for the government, privatize it. People are willing to work and they will do it. The youth are looking for work. My name is Ken. Good night.
All right, Ken. Thank you for calling. Let's see if we have messages. We can just quickly take it. Good evening, my sister. Not for this program. Right, so our markets in River State, do they meet the cleanliness test? That's the question. Do they meet the cleanliness tests? All of them, all the markets, the ones you know, the one you visit frequently, the one you buy from all the time. Is it concerning to you? I mean, do you go to these markets and you're wondering, can these markets just be better? Right? Why are the drainages clogged? Do you ask those questions? Why are drainages clogged? Do you or you don't? Right? On Facebook. Interesting. Okay. All right. 0810-9510951. And that's the number that you can call, right, and be part of it. You look at the hygiene situation of these markets, these commerce hubs, over the years, an eyesore, and for some people, maybe an emergency, and a lot of attention needs to be put. Welcome to Area Talk.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. Kindly speak up, please. Yes.
My name is Ungo.
Welcome, Ungo.
Okay, so about the market, so I think the government should be held responsible, the local government chairman and the councillors, seriously, because let's talk about oil news. This market, you see market women paying tickets of like 3,500 naira every day, and it is compulsory. If you don't pay, your goods are being seized. So the government should do something about this. The local government chairman and the councillors should do something about it. I don't think it's just about the market women. They collect tickets, they don't do anything about it. They just make these women pay. About the roadside, people still pay to stay at that roadside and sell their market. Those women you see at the roadside, they pay for those spots. So it's still on them. So please, they should do better. The government should do better.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in and lending your voice. Right. So we obviously are seeing, after this extensive evaluation, some of you, I let you talk, right, extensively. So it's only easy to say that there's a critical disconnect between the revenue collection from these markets, this local government and structural, environmental, and the physical condition of these hubs, of these markets. So how does it begin to change? immediately. Welcome to Area Talk. Are you there? Welcome. The call dropped. Now, you can send a text message, right? Text or WhatsApp message to 0701933969. All right, you can send a text or WhatsApp message to that number and you get through to us. So there's the revenue. We look at the revenue extraction. We look at the infrastructure deficit versus. Can you place them side by side? The revenue got from these markets and the infrastructure, the quality of the infrastructure. There obviously is a contradiction in the management of these markets. And there is heavily internally generated revenue from these hubs. So why does it not match? Why don't we see a match? The money's collected and the structures. Why don't we? Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, welcome to Area Talk.
My name is Goody. What can we do to stop all this menace? You see, most of the times, the local government chairman, whenever he comes, you see everywhere will be rowdy. You see the situation, people will notice that the local government chairman is around. You see the boys working tediously as if they have never, if they have been doing like that before. Then, it is the responsibility of the chairman, if the local government chairman cannot be there every time, every day, says delegates on certain people, maybe to monitor them and give you reports, even without telling them that somebody is watching at you. These boys are asked to fill their pockets. They collect the money and say, Madam, Mona, do quick, chairman, they come over. You see, when the woman come, they say, no.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, wrap up your thoughts, please.
They will say, come, Madam, Mona, do quick. And I don't say local government chairman, they come, bring your own. On a day road, though, I just leave one. And I just leave one, and I own money when they put for pocket. You know, go give them to the chairman. Late chairman, he said Nigerians are very stubborn. No matter what he talk, they go like to stay for major road. When they talk, they go tell you, say, is it the problem of country? All this money where then they chop. Now, be this road where with the stuff. This thing where poor man does, they chopping, they find something when go eat. Now, be that problem. But they know they are violating the law. When somebody die now, they go claim the government.
All right, then. Let's wrap up with this call. Good evening. It's Area Talk. Yes, welcome. But you called earlier, so let's take another call. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Let's wrap up your thoughts.
I'm Comrade Kabari.
Welcome.
I'm calling from Malaysia in Ghana.
All right.
Let's start here. When the council chairperson emerges, the council chairman, we have seen where most of them goes on air to congratulate the people. Their overwhelming victories are not even overwhelming, even when they don't want winning. Now that we have seen that, this in turn shows that this chairman actually acknowledge the people as people who voted them in. If not, why did you expect the council chairman, your welfare to be his own priority?
All right,
what we are talking about here is just something. In fact, I went to somewhere recently.
You need to wrap up your thoughts. We have to go.
Yeah, today, I put a call across to them, and I told them, I said, you have your CCTV there. Except your CCTV is useless. In fact, once I raised that point here, they were all tossed. Are you with me?
I can hear you. I said, wrap up your thoughts. We have to go.
For instance, that is Room Produce Market. That is the council chairman's office. What stops the chairman? How many CCTV? How many CCTV? How much will you spend to mount a CCTV in the market? We are talking about 21st century, and we are discussing how some boys here will be empowered, the boys will be built. What stops the chairman from establishing the office in his own council, in his own office?
All right, then.
So inspect and ensure that the man personnel that is going to supervise all the actions of supporting is sent.
All right, we have to go. Thank you so much for staying on Area Talk.
Please listen to this infomercial.
In a very wonderful time and season that we are in, and a lot of persons are complaining because of economic issues and struggles, it's important for you to understand that, you see, the difference between you and the success you're looking at for can just be a piece of information that separates you from that reality, as well as possibly the right person, People say it is not working. When something is not working, you should investigate to understand why it's not working. Basically, the reason why it's not working is simply you possibly do not know how, the steps and principles on how to apply for that, for it to really work. Okay, I'm inviting you for a very important program, and this program is called Kingdom Capital Project. As a way of giving back to the society, our company, Trade to Retire, a company that is given to training people in forex and the financial markets. That's what we do. And we've been operating, and by God's grace, we've trained hundreds and thousands of students who are trading today. And we will be inviting you for an amazing program, on the 18th and on the 19th and on the 20th of the month of June. And I want you to be there, on the 18th, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Now, it'll be nice to have you come for that program. And it's a program designed to teach you Forex, to teach you how to trade, teach you the importance and things to learn. And most importantly, you want to connect with traders. You want to connect with friends. You want to connect with people that know how to do. Let me tell you something. Somebody say, oh, give me your money, I will trade for you. And maybe you have been a victim of all these things. But do you know these are things you can actually learn for yourself and know how to do this thing? Because you actually been trading all these days. Each time you do some transaction, somebody gives you $1 or $2 bill, you go to media bookie to change it. What have you been doing? That same thing. So this is a golden opportunity for you. All you need to do is simple. Text the word YES. Text the word YES to gain entrance to that program. It's going to be very powerful on the 18th, 19th, and 20th of the month of June 2026. Text the word YES to 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. Just text the word yes to that particular number, and by God's grace, you will be sent a message, so you'll be there in the program. Where is this program happening? It's going to be happening at the Trade to Retire Training Executive Office, and that is at Stadium Link Road, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road, on the 18th, 19th, and the 20th. All you need to do to be in that program is simple. Text the word yes now to that number, 0916 1419 928. Somebody's asking, but if I don't know anything about Forex, can I come? Of course you can come. So the whole journey starts one day. Do you get what I'm saying? The whole journey starts one day. And we'll have an amazing trainer, Mr. Prince. Oh goodness, such an amazing young man who has trained a lot of persons and is doing very well for himself. We have Mr. Bishop, and so on and so forth. They are simply amazing. So be there on the 18th Thursday, on the 19th Friday, and on the 20th Saturday at the Trade to Retire Office, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road. How do I go there? Simple. Text the name. Text the word yes to this number, 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. And this program is free. Did you hear me? It is absolutely free. What's the time of the program? You better find your way to be there. We have a morning session, we have an evening session. So my best for you is that just text in your name, and they will reach out to you to tell you how to get about it. The program starts exactly by 9 a.m. People start entering by 8 o'clock in the morning. So people registration begins 8 o'clock in the morning. So by 9, training begins. So make sure you are there for the last time now. Text the name. If you want to learn Forex, you want to connect with Forex traders, you belong into that community, you love Forex, just text YES to this number, 0916 1419 928. It is time for you to be successful. Trust God, believe it. And I tell you, the Kingdom Capital Project is a Christian initiative helping you to build your financial freedom and economy. God bless you. Thank you.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today 95.1 FM.
where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Zombie, oh zombie. Zombie, oh zombie. Zombie, oh zombie. Zombie, oh zombie.
95.1 FM. We moved away from the market conversation to we are still going to highlight what's happening in society, even if it's a market situation. And because we had the market conversation, it occurred to you, right, that, oh, that's true. Let's even talk about this particular market and the situation in this local government or in this particular area. Of course, it's Eyewitness Report. Someone had sent a message earlier on Eyewitness Report, and I am just seeing this your message. Oh, sorry. But welcome to Eyewitness Report, and it's Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Chima. You can call the number 0810-9510 to give your Eyewitness Report. You can also send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. That is 0701 9339962. Now, this message came in earlier. Said, my Eyewitness Report is about my local government area, Thai. Please, I do not know why there is no longer LGA sanitation in Thai, which has changed our communities, gutters and markets into nothing to write home about. I call on the current LGA chairman to please come up with monthly sanitation in Thai communities. Bene Alewan Sunday from Thai. All right, thank you for texting. I hope that that's also looked into as quickly as possible to ensuring that your community returns to its usual state or the normal state that you've always known it to be. All right, it's Eyewitness Report. Whatever's happening around you that needs public attention, then please call on Today 95.1 FM and to get to talk about it. Whether it's in your area or not, something that you not noticed in another area, of course, you can call in to talk about it, right? Let's get to find out. And let's get to hear from you and give your Eyewitness reports. It's a road situation, it's a power situation, it's a condition that government needs to pay attention to immediately that may cause harm to people. Then please, 0810-9510-951. Welcome, Eyewitness Report. Yeah, you sound distant from your phone.
Yeah. Are you hearing me now?
I've always heard you. It's just a sound. It sounds like you're in a hall or in a concert room. But it's better.
Okay, better now?
I think so. Go on, please.
Yeah. Lady Queen, I want us to one day dedicate this program to sanitary inspectors. The activities of sanitary inspectors within our environment. You know that we just discussed the issue of market now. So let us one day, because sanitary inspectors are supposed to go to communities, towns and villages to ensure that the communities are clean, to ensure that the drainages are clean, to ensure that everything that has to do with the sanitation is okay. But what we have this group of young men and women who will connect with community leaders to collect money. When they are coming, they will not go and do their job. Rather, they will go and station at one of the traditional ruler or CDC chairman, and that is where they will be entertained. That is where they will collect ladies from the communities,
all right,
and give to them, and they go back from there. And that is the reason why you see heap of waste, heap of refuse everywhere, every corner of the community, of our environment. So let us for one day discuss about their issue.
All right then.
Let me go.
All right, let's take another call. Welcome. What's your Eyewitness Report?
Good evening.
Good evening, it's Queen.
Okay, Queen. How are you?
I'm fine. Good evening.
This is Chief Solomon calling from Obogoro community. I want to, first of all, you see, this one chance people, I want government to bring a solution to it. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
So they should bring a solution to it. Not only maybe painting vehicles. Let all the securities in the communities be intact. So that most of these boys, that it is the indigenous securities, the community securities that can be able to dictate them.
All right then.
Are you hearing?
I can hear you.
So that is one. Number two, you see this Obogoro Ring Road. This Obogoro Ring Road. That big gutter, they have not responded up till now. You see, I don't know why our government is like this. We will keep on talking, calling. They will not even make as if there is a feeling. They won't raise any feeling. It's not good. So,
all right.
Big gutter.
All right. Welcome. Your eyewitness report.
Hello, Queen.
Yes, good evening. Yes, good evening.
Our governor, I don't want to use any kind of word. Our governor, he should stand up now, he should wake up. The hand you use to go to Abuja and collect our allocation, come back to Port Harcourt. Your hand is not tied. But using the money for river people, your hand is always tied. All
right.
Port Harcourt, hello?
Yeah, go on.
I said Port Harcourt is like a state without government, a lawless state. If you come to Rumola, look at what those Agboros are doing to people. You go to Bogoro, no way to, no water cannot even flow. Flood everywhere. This man sat in the government house with our money, but your hand is not tied to use the money for yourself and your family. Your hand is always tied to use the money for river people. What kind of governor is this then?
All right.
Even the jobs are even tired of him.
All right then.
Thank you.
Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello.
Yes.
God bless you, Queen.
Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Goody, calling.
Goody, call again, please. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Yes. My sister, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, my eyewitness report is this. I'm calling from Odo Bakre. I remember Chigozi by my name. My eyewitness report is this. In my community, precisely, we have where we call Ukroma Otoha waterside. If you stand in that Ukroma Otoha waterside, you'll be assessing the warfare molumini in Obiabo local government. I'm also begging whosoever that will go to Rule River State to start from that area to do this warfare bridge to Obakre. It will help people of Obakre. It will help people of River State and entire Nigeria at large. If you do this bridge from Iwofe to Obakre, it will reduce total traffic congestion in Port Harcourt at large. And also, it will also help people coming from Ahuda, Onega, Payata, going to Borokri, Abbey. It will help them to reduce traffic congestion. They will not pass through Rumokoro as is the day. They will only divert from Obakre Junction to where they are going to. Thank you. I remember Chigozi from Odo Obakre clan.
All right, Chigozi. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's Wabeze Oti Ovogoma.
Welcome, Ovogoman.
Thank you very much. I will not stop to say what I used to say until something is being done. I'm talking about Ovogo community in Moha local government. How we are being abandoned since 2013 up to today. No life. Road, I used to say my sister fell on the road that Amechi did not complete. She broke her leg. She's now in the house. We talk of a health center, no way. School, no teacher. Why? What have we done to the State government and local government? See, the law should help us now. Can't we experience life? What have we done? Apart from that, they should help us. Even the governor should complete up the road that are making the door complete. If they should help us now, do they want us to die on the road before they do the road? That apart, you see, a local governor should remember. See, he is remembering civil servants. He should remember local government retirees now. What is wrong? I could remember one of my uncles died this year. See, he retired since 2013 up to today. They are not paying local government pensioners.
All right, can you wrap up your
What have they
thoughts?
done? What have they done? So they should try, governor should try to remember local government pensioners as he's remembering civil servants.
All right. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Your blessing is untouchable. My name is Goody, calling from Port Harcourt.
Goody, welcome.
Thank you. I think when I went to Elele, I witnessed that a case station, there is market they call a case station, along Omok Road. The other one is Ekoma at Owerri Road. Those markets, they used to cover roads. You know the habit of Nigerians. They love covering roads so that the drivers will be on the steering and bring up their hand and collect the goods and will begin to go. What kind of nuisance are people constituting? Even the bike that I used to see at Choba Junction, we have been emphasizing on this, yet nothing is happening. Police cannot put them away. OSPA cannot put them away. Community, the reality is it that they are collecting money. Even when you come to Igruta, that is what they used to do there at Igruta Junction. Immediately you see the bike cover everywhere. The marketers, if they're not there, they will be there. On market day, the local government chairman, I love what they have been doing. He puts people away, even from Omagua station to Igruta station. You see, none of them will be there. But on market day, they will allow the marketers to flood everywhere. Put those upon the roundabout there. They will cover there. What type of community, what type of government are we running? They should help. Two things, they're supposed not to be there. If you know that your market has overflow or cannot be filled there, relocate your market to another place that will be conducive. People will come there in as much as it is a market day. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
My sister, good evening. How are you?
Good evening.
This is Seda from Oyibo.
All right, welcome.
Actually, my eyewitness report.
Are you there? Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening, Queen Shima.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Nokubi. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, then go on, please.
My eyewitness report is about our government secondary school, GSS, in Canada, local government. The place has turned to forest. There's no one single structure there. And all our big names.
Where? What you said in Kana? Where in Kana? Ka. Okay.
K-double-E. Ka Waterside. The place that is close to Andomi. Ka. So we don't have health center. We don't have good school. The place is just like that. Even the jetty that they used to follow and enter boats is dilapidated, no iron, everything just be like that. So that is one. Then the second one is about this link road. This link road that cross Rumosi to Omagu. I don't know. Now that all the gladiators that they don't want the governor to come back to second tenure, they have all let him now. He's alone now. Let him use this remaining 1 year to complete all these projects now. We are expecting him to do things that will enter the eyes of people that supported him. Thank you. I remain Nokubi.
All right. All right then. Just sending your eyewitness reports. Man, you say, from Mbaichi, my area report, eyewitness report you mean, is 5,000 teachers recruitment ongoing in River State, not transparent, rather politically motivated. Many people applied, but test message was given to a few for the exam. What about other people? How can you disqualify them for nothing? Therefore, the state governor should call the committee in charge to be transparent in the process, and everybody would go for the CBT test. Not by appointment or selection and nepotism. The Commission of Education should be transparent, not by selecting his own people and leave others behind. Emma Man. All right, welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Welcome.
Robin Maga, the farmer, remains my name.
Robin Maja, welcome.
Thank you. Faith, my first eyewitness report. Abua Odua. It's a local government area in River State. If you go to Abua Road in Ahoda Junction there, that leads to Abua Odua, those who are listening to my sound of my voice, you will weep. And that axis has a modular refinery that situates host communities, Oshuboko, my own village, Obele and Obuneze. Every day, over 50 tankers, haulage activities go through that road. And I'm aware that federal government gives River State government 13% derivation to cushion the trouble and effect of those who produce oil and gas. The governor told us last year he was going to put that road in the budget this year. What is happening? This is June. Your Excellency, Governor Sim Fubara, no matter how we have decided to take your decision, can you do that as a parting gift to the people of Abua Odua and those of us in Ahoda East local government area that situate in that axis? The second one, there's a road from Eleme Junction to Chokocho that the state government has been, I don't know whether it's patch or has been doing. Yes, the road somehow is motorable to a certain extent. I can drive from inside the Che to Port Harcourt if I want to follow through there. But axis within the macro axis has not been completed to Chokocho. And from Trinity Estate that is very close to Eleme Junction, the whole of that place is a no-go area. It's not the same contractor. Thank you very much. God bless you. My land will remain grabbed. I'll not be given back to me since 3 years now.
All right. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes.
Good evening, my sister. How are you?
Good evening.
This is Elder from Oyibo.
All right, Elder. Go on, please.
You see, my eyewitness report is concerning this dustbin here in Oyibo, but precisely Oyibo West, near Catholic Church. I have called from the local government authority. Every I have complained, even on this platform, but to my greatest surprise, they have not done anything. And the people have used dustbins covering, they covered the whole drainage. The entire drainage is filled with garbage, and they are not doing anything. And as I'm talking to you now, you will see these scavengers. I don't know what they are looking for. They are 247. And the authorities concerned are not doing anything. Anytime like yesterday, if you pass there yesterday, you weep. The whole floor just, settle one corner. There was no easy passage there because of flood. Because already the drainage had been covered with the garbage, and the company is not doing anything. I don't understand. We have a authority in this local government. It should come to this OS near Catholic Church here and push the garbage out of that place and do something. The human beings are very stubborn. If they do not stand their authority, I bet you in a couple of weeks the entire road will be covered with garbage. Is it because they feel that they are not passing there, or I don't understand? Because if you pass there, it's right so. I mean, the local government chairman of Oyibo and his authority, they should put their attention on that garbage that in dustbin near a Catholic Church at Oyibo West. That's my eyewitness report. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. I hope so. I hope that attention speed. Welcome. Yeah, what's your eyewitness report?
Good evening. My name is Godwin.
All right, Godwin.
I'm calling for Umwebele community.
All right.
My witness is this Awamwebele road. I don't know what is happening with Mwebele. And we heard that the chair, local government chairman is trying for a chair. What happened to Mwebele? For over 30 years now, nobody look for the road. We've come now for years now. No way, we cannot pass. Everywhere is bad. Please, let government come into Mwebele, please. Thank you.
All right. Let government come into Umwebule. All right, 0810-951-0951. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Huh?
My name is Emeka Collect from Waterford.
All right. Go on, please.
I'm still complaining that you should help me call our leader. I don't know who is in charge. But I will go on our local government and they should please come and help us. Our school is falling, our secondary school. So please help me tell them.
Can you speak up?
Okay. Help me tell our governor and our local government chamber. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
Help me tell them that they should come and see our secondary school. So it's falling. So it's falling seriously. So the student is now studying on that tree. So which is very bad. So please help me and tell them. We are part of River State. You should remember the people of Waterford. Please come and help us and arrange our school.
All right then. Thank you. That's eyewitness report. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Queen,
Yes.
every day we shout on radio, every day we cry. My brother, Brother Majad, will come and will be shouting, crying. Nobody listens. They talk about Eleme Junction every day.
Yeah.
The things that are happening in Eleme Junction. My name remains Peter.
All right.
In this program, I don't know. There is this program in your station, Funky Form, where the producers of that program, sometimes ago, if there is an area that needs to be addressed, they will call a commissioner in charge of that ministry to put him on call. And the Rivers people will be listening to him. They will be asking him questions. Why is it that so thing is lacking? Why is it that so area? And he will be explaining to Rivers people. How comes that in this program, every day we keep on crying, shouting, nothing is happening. They are not doing anything.
No, there is.
I want
There's
a
this
situation where you put a call to the police high command here in this state. Put a call across. The PRO, she is listening to all these programs. Put a call across to her. That every day, Nigerians, people are crying. People, residents in this state, complain on a daily basis. And there is nothing happening. What is?
Okay. So every program, right? Can you hear me? I get your point. Every program has its makeup, right? Is set up and the idea for the program. So for eyewitness report, it's basically targeted to you calling in and pointing out these things. So and they are listening. They are. So we have other programs where we do all of those. Call the authorities and invite them for interviews or conversations, right? And we'll continue to do that on other programs. But for eyewitness report, it's for you to call in and give these eyewitness reports. Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Good evening, sister.
Good evening.
Obinna is here.
Welcome, Obinna.
Let me start from Umevulu because I visited somebody there and I was like, this thing I'm hearing on radio, that is true. But the problem I have, man, Umevulu should team up. Let a person not be local government chairman again. Before I think that's only the thing that will save them. because something was there. This other man is, this Njoko is here now. They're not talking about Umebulu. They should stop giving the people, the local government chairman. They should give somebody from Umebulu. Then I want the Inspector General of Police to reduce the checking points, roadblock for it going from here to Aba. Both Nigerian military, they are too much. Please, thank you.
All right. Thank you for that eyewitness report. Let's see if my eyewitness today is what? Is Aboro. Okay. Harassing drivers at Choba Rumokoro Eleme and Oberikore. It's a menace. It's a problem that we have, really. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, I'm Madabuchi from Okrika.
Welcome, Madabuchi.
I want to complain. My own eyewitness is confining those long lorries, those what is it called? Those trailer, those long vehicles.
Okay.
That is passing along this old refinery road, as if you are coming down from Element Junction to Refinery Junction.
Yeah.
And they are working on that road, and all the whole vehicles, they are taking one lane. Understand? And on that particular lane, you see those long vehicles passing left and right. Do you know the most painful part of it? Anytime I pass that place, if I just see them, I'm not just happy about it, because I lost one of my elder brothers along that same road.
Okay.
Last year, 2nd November.
You
understand? And he was coming all the way from Delta State. Immediately he gets to that particular point, and one of the long vehicles was trying to revive, just like that. He lost him immediately. It's not that they rushed him to hospital. 2nd November last year. And still, our government are not doing anything about it. And people have been complaining that several deaths have been recorded.
Yeah.
And still, when you go there, you see the way they park left and right. Not even that they are parking one particular, on that particular one, that all the whole vehicles are blind. Like, all of them park left and right. Not that the thing is just wide. You understand?
Yeah.
And they're not doing anything about it. That the police came, they say, let's write this and that. So even though they tell us, but at the end of everything, nothing happened.
Nothing.
Imagine how painful it is. And they're not doing anything about it. And people, they say every Sunday, people will die on that particular route. And they're not
really
doing anything
sad.
about it. I don't know if let them just mark out the place whereby all those kind of long vehicles that they will park there. I don't know, they're not doing anything about it. So, I don't know.
It's really sad.
They should do something about it. Let them just give them where they will park in the place where they can park. Those long vehicles, they're parking left and right in this no good.
All right then. All right. Thank you for giving this eyewitness report. Good evening, my sister Queen. My eyewitness report this evening is about the poor state of development in my community, Barayira in Thai. Madam, I tell you, there is no government project in my community, be it school, road, light, hospital, etc. I do not know why my community Barayira in Thai LGA is being forgotten in all this. Please, I plead to the government from the LGA to state level to remember my community Barayira in Thai local government area. Bene Alewa Sunday from Barayira. Thank you. My eyewitness report today is okay. I think I took this earlier. The Aboro harassing drivers. Okay. Let's keep getting your calls, right? And you get to tell us what's happening around you that is worthy to talk about. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Can you speak out a little loudly? Can you hear me? All right. 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call. Right, and let's get to hear from you. 0810-951-0951. You can give your eyewitness report right on Today 95.1 FM. And then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. Right, send a text or WhatsApp message to that number, and we can get to read what you have sent and give your eyewitness report. Right, it's 0701 9339 for text. Rather, text or WhatsApp message to that number. And then for calls, it's 0810 9510 951. That's send a text to that number. Let's know in your community what's happening there around where you stay, or even if it's not around where you stay, right? We can get to also know where you stay, what's happening around there. It's going to be interesting to get to know. Now, someone called in and he said, "Oh, why can't we bring authorities to talk about the issues?" Right. So every time we talk about the issues, and you're taking, you could be taking away the time to. Every time we analyze the issues, and then you may be taking time away from talking about it and giving people the opportunity to actually ask questions, right? And what's happening. Ask questions what's happening, talk about what's happening in their areas. Right, so that's something that we made sure for the program to do. So you're not just getting someone to come and talk about the issues. We're giving you the opportunity to highlight these issues in these areas, like what's happening around you, right? So that the government can pay attention to it, the government can talk about it, the government can attend to whatever needs to be attended to. Right, so 0810 9510 951. You can call that number. I'll just wrap up with this message. My eyewitness is that the maintenance of the market can, between those that collect money from traders cannot pay money without getting value for money paid. It cannot be government alone. Market masters collect money also. What do they do with it? The one NURTW collect from drivers is for what? Every time they will ask government to maintain roads, why they collect huge amounts from drivers. All right, welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? All right, that's it. All right, you can call that number again. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Sister, God bless you.
Yes, welcome.
Good. This at Iweche, from Eleme Junction to Chokocho. I don't know the people that are constructing those roads. It's like they don't have people that supervises them. Most of the gutter, they're supposed to demolish and destroy them and reconstruct another drainage. They use the old one that have been broken. That we are talking now, most of them are falling deep. They are just, the drainage is just destroying. They just feed it with lateral and they use the one black something and pour it. The thing is falling from Omogodo to Igbo Junction, from Igbo Junction to Oma Akoro. All those roads, the road is getting spoiled. So they need to work on those roads, even from a big lane. Some side of it is not proper. Even when you get to Oma Akoro and somebody called here, there is still a drainage that is at the middle of the road. They're supposed to work. I don't know the type of company that is doing that construction. They are not supposed to be there. They are not doing it fine. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, my sister Queen. My eyewitness report this evening is about the poor state of development in my community. Okay, I read this earlier. You sent it again. You sent this again, Aboro and drivers. Thank you so much. I hope that you have a great evening. even while you're listening to us. Rona will be here 9 p.m. for the thrill and the news, world news, and also conversations till shutdown. So please don't miss any of it. Stay with us as you enjoy. Then again, remember that you can connect with us on social media. YouTube is Today95.1 FM. Facebook is Today95.1 FM. Instagram is Today FM 951. X is Today FM 951. Twitch, you can listen to us live, Today FM 951, and on our website, todayfmlive.com. Just click listen live and you can hear everything happening wherever you are in the world. Then on Radio Garden app or the tuning app, you can search for Today 95.1 FM, right? And on any of those apps you can hear from us and listen to us do everything that we do here. So you catch up with our conversations and you don't get to miss any. Thank you so much for your eyewitness report. Hopefully some of these areas that you've called government's attention to, the government gets to respond as quickly as possible to help your everyday life and ensure that it goes smoothly. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
We're not talking football, we're talking archery. Hey, for those who don't understand what I'm talking about the bow and arrow played professionally. And yesterday we had Emmanuel Oyeleke join us, a perennial champion, celebrity photographer, is joining us again for us to conclude the conversation that we started yesterday. My name is Godwin A. Nakana. We'll be back in a jiffy.
Also participate.
Is this an annual event?
It's an annual event because we did the same thing 18th to 21st of
June last year, and we're doing the same thing again this year. Is a measure of consistency. 18 to 21st also this year. So it's something we hope to continue. It's something we're hoping to get a lot of funding for now, because right now it's largely self-sponsored by the club, and supported obviously by the Lagos State Sports Commission also. So we're looking to make it bigger. My dream for archery is that we can make stars of archery. We can make archery be at par with sports like golf and tennis, because it has the tendency to.
That's where I was going to,
absolutely.
Emmanuel.
Yes.
And the big question is, how popular is the game or the sport of archery in Nigeria?
It's not so popular at the moment, but all the efforts we're making is, the sport doesn't just grow on its own. Maybe football, because it's gained a lot of notoriety and popularity over the years, because of the barrier to entry. It's very easy. You can just I remember when we were small, we used to make football using like nylon. We wound it up, just make it into a sphere, and we'd start kicking it around. However, with archery, it's not the same. You need specialized equipment. You need safe space and environment to practice archery. But that's what we are doing at the moment. We're making it easy to access archery. And popular, when I say popular, in the recent 2-3 weeks back, we were entering schools. We had a program that we called Archery in Schools program, and it reached out to over 700 students across public schools in Lagos. We already are in talks with private schools already, who are excited to jump on board also. Because we see a lot of private schools going for World School Games, especially even from Lagos, and they've made their mark, and they're competitive in nature. When you look at the makeup, sports is a very integral part of the education system, even in some of these schools. So we're also taking archery to them. We've introduced to some of the schools, and they've promised to start it in their next semester, which the next term, which is starting in September. So September this year, we'll see a lot of private schools picking up archery also, and also we'll continue this to the second phase of Archery in Schools program. We've taught the games masters, the sports masters in several different public schools. We've taught and introduced it to some of the students. They've shown interest in the sports. Now what we need to do is now give some of them equipment to be practicing in the schools, and then after a while, maybe by December, we'll have a Lagos school inter-school tournament, which will draw participants from all these different schools to come to a central location to come and compete.
In football, you don't need a big space.
Yes.
You can play football anywhere.
Yes.
How much of space do you need when you want to do?
There's several different types of archery. There's indoor archery. So with indoor archery, you just need 15 to 18 meters of space, and you're good to go. With outdoor archery, it can range from 18 meters to 50 meters to 70 meters.
No, what I'm asking is,
yes.
I'm not talking about you doing it professionally.
Yes.
If you have this space,
if you have a small space,
you are shooting at something.
Yes.
How do you? Can you improvise?
Absolutely, absolutely. There's so many different ways to do it. And even in this small room, you can say is a room not bigger than like a 10-meter room, or even a 5-meter room. You can still do archery.
That's a studio apartment.
Yes, a studio apartment. You can do it and do it safely. The most important thing is to consult professionals when you are setting it up, so you don't destroy your own apartment,
your wall.
Exactly. So it's important to note this.
How cheap are these equipment? If you want to start it, I want to start it on my own.
Yes.
How cheap are these equipment?
Yeah. So if you're starting out, you don't necessarily have to go for the big, expensive equipment. It's just like maybe I'm playing table tennis, for instance. I have rackets that I can buy for 5,000.
Okay.
You have rackets that you can buy for 300,000.
Yeah.
Or 400,000.
It's
the same, or more. It's the same for archery.
Start small.
You can start small. From the From the training that we had in Sierra Leone, it was a world archery coaching training. You can actually start with PVC bowls. Meaning you can actually make the bowls yourself and perfect the form and the skill.
That's the start of it.
Yes, that's the start of, and then you can now move on to buying maybe beginner bowls, then move on to more professional bowls eventually. So the barrier to entry, we're making it really low. Is so good that at the training we were even taught to use elastic bands as training apparatus.
Okay.
So you can actually learn using the elastic bands, you learn the form, the way you position your body, the way you position your arm, the way you draw the bow, the way you release the bow. You can learn it using just elastic bands.
Wow.
Yes, that was one of the training that we got when we went for the So it's quite an interesting and it's almost like a journey. You start with that and you move on to PVC bows and you move on to maybe beginner bows, and then from beginner bows you can move on to more advanced bows.
Okay.
So that's the way it works.
Well, if you just joined us, I've been talking with Emmanuel Oyeleke. He's a professional archer.
Yes.
I'm right?
Yes.
Okay, right there. Also a celebrity photographer in our studio, and he's teaching you how you can start small, start early, gender friendly. That means male, female can play. But how about the age? How old?
It's very inclusive. My son started shooting when he was 3.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's not really ideal, but because obviously he's in the environment where archery is being done actively, so he picked it up early.
Exactly.
He's 5 now, and he shoots very well now.
Interesting.
Yes, and as old as we've seen videos of people in international tournaments at 100 years still shooting archery and going for competitions, and it makes them happy. So it's also a very good sport for your mental health, because when it comes to focus, as soon as you get on the range and you are aiming at something in front of you, you forget every other thing.
So what you are saying is that if you have a child who cannot focus,
yes, archery is a very good sport.
Yeah, that's where to start from.
Yes,
fantastic.
Yes.
And as we go, let's go back to the event that is starting on the 18th.
18th, yes.
Registration has closed or is it open?
Registration has closed, but Nigerians, Nigerians will always want to leave things to the last minute. We have a few blocks of people that we're expecting registration from them vis-a-vis some of the service, what's it called now, parastatals, like the army, like the navy, like the police, because the process to release their personnels take longer. So we've gotten the list from them. We're just waiting on them to finalize most of the entries. We have several different clubs also that have registered, and over 100. As of now, as I'm speaking to you, we have at least 120 Nigerians and archers that have registered to be part of it. There's the under 18 category. There's the recurve category, there's the compound, there's the bare bow category. There's also a chance for inclusivity, because we have the para athletes also that are registering to be a part of this event also. Yes, we don't have a separate category this year. We had 2 years ago for para athletes, but this year we're merging it and we're calling it the open, because they can shoot alongside the people, the regular people also. And it's quite interesting because we have people coming from all over Nigeria. They travel in, a lot of them will arrive on the 16th. We'll have a press conference on the 17th.
Okay.
We have the official practice on the 18th, and the ranking rounds will start on the 19th. That's Friday. And it will spill over into Saturday, which is the 20th, and on the 21st we'll have the grand finale, which is the finals at Oniko
Stadium in Lagos. Is this true when you hear people say that you have to be a policeman, you have to be military personnel, paramilitary and what have you, to excel in archery?
Absolutely not. You don't have to belong to any of these groups to excel in archery. We've even seen, Nigeria is a very good example, because we have a lot of the police, army, navy, air force,
all of them
participating in archery.
And they are beaten by people like you?
Absolutely, all the time. Yeah.
You shoot better than the soldier?
Yes, absolutely. We've seen some exceptional soldiers, but I would say 90% of the time, the civilians
Why? Please tell me.
I mean, you will say the bow and arrow is not something that the police or the
It's not a gun.
use. Yes, it's not a gun. So I would think there's more time for the civilians to practice and use the equipments than for the service people.
Okay. I think I understand better now that the bow and arrow is not same as a gun.
It's not the same. You might have some of the same principles, but it's definitely not the same.
So it's different from what's that game that they use pistols?
Rifle and shooting.
So that's a different sport altogether. But this is archery.
This is archery.
And the best way is to describe it is a bow and arrow.
Arrow, yes.
And like you said, there are different
different
categories.
Yes.
Okay.
You have the recurve, you have the bare bow, and you have the compound. Especially those are the three main categories that we still have a lot more. We have the long bow, we have the Chinese bow, we have the Mongolian bow. We have so many different types of.
To mention the horse,
yes, horse back archery also.
Okay, you
So
want
you
to
shoot from the top of a moving horse.
That must be a rich man's sport.
It's a developing sport. We have some people that do it in Lagos. We have some people that do it at Abuja. I think the biggest club that does it in Nigeria is in Abuja, and that's Firefly Horse Back Archery Club. Yes.
Would you consider this sport as an elite sport? Archery.
A lot of people will consider it as an elite sport because it costs
so much,
quite a fortune. Maybe not so much, but at the highest level, you will have to spend a lot of money to get into it, as with any other sports. I mean, when you get to elite performance. However, what we are trying to do in Nigeria is to make it available to everyone so that we can popularize the sport. One thing I know about Nigerians is whatever it is that Nigerians find to do, they do it well.
Exactly.
And they excel at it. And that's the same thing I want us to be able to achieve with archery. Case in point, archery has never been at the festival, but we are trying to push it to the festival.
Okay.
Case in point now, Lagos is hosting, it was just announced a few days ago, the Nigerian Intermediate Games, National Intermediate Games. And archery, proudly, is going to be part of the Intermediate Games.
Congratulations.
That's the first. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. So that's a great starting point.
Yeah.
And then we hope for it to grow from there.
Emmanuel Oyeleke is his name.
Thank you so much.
Celebrity photographer and also an archer, as it were. Someone who shoots the bow and arrow. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you so much.
We wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir.
And we look forward to the upcoming event, 18th of this month to 21st
of June.
Yes. The Lincoln Stadium.
Yes. And it's open to the public to come and watch.
Okay.
If you go on our Instagram, zenarchery.lagos, you will see how to be a part of it. There's a registration form, or you can also go on our website, zenarchery.club. You'll see there the strategies and the directions as how to get there and how to be a part of it. Everything is there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oyeleke. If I allow him, we won't leave here today.
We'll go on.
But we just have to go. We're talking about archery in our country, Nigeria, and this young man, and a few others want to take you to the zenith, to the highest of the highest. That's about the size of the show. Global Sports Updates. Talking archery, not football. It's the World Cup time. Nigeria is not going. So let's look for other things that we'll use as consolation. And this is one of them. My name is Godwin A. Nakena. We'll see you again tomorrow. Let's keep cruising. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home. Fuzzy horns and soul-stirring melody. Here.
My name is Rona Agbara. We're going to have conversations here as we always do. I'm sure that you've been enjoying the highlight song I've been playing on for you here on this dial, right? Okay. There's always a news going on, right? There's always something to talk about. There's always a conversation, So today's not going to be any different. But this one actually shocked me because I'm like, what won't people do for money? What won't people do for money? It's almost like at this point, people will go any length and will do anything for money, regardless of the type or the what's the word now? Words just actually fail me because I'm like, do people do this? This thing I saw, I'm worried. I'm worried for myself. I'm worried for you because what are the chances that we've not used some of these things unknown to us? We may have, because you can't really tell. You can't vouch for these things. What's Rona saying? Oh, Rona, what are you talking about? I have no idea. You just have to stay locked in on this Today 95.1fm to grasp fully what I'm bringing on here for us to talk about. But just know that at this point, it's almost like people will do anything for money. People will do every and anything. They don't care about the effect. They don't care about how it relates to others. They don't care how other people, how it affects out every other person. As long as they get money, that's all that matters to them. Now, some persons were arrested in Lagos because the reason will surprise you. The reason they were arrested would really surprise you. This set of people go to the trash or the waste bin to pick plastic plates. You know those plastic, those takeaway packs? Yeah, those takeaway packs. Now, you can really tell. Of course, you've seen people who pick these disposable cans. Yes, those plastic cans. Some of them pick them from trash, from the waste bin, from wherever. Then they go home, wash it, rinse it, and do whatever, clean it. And then they use it to make drinks and sell. Now, I feel some type of way about things like that because I really feel some type of way buying some of these drinks because in my head, I'm already wondering, like, where did they get this can from? Even if they tell you can use a straw or some other thing, I'm like, where did they get this can from? Some people use it and they put their mouth on these things without even caring or minding how these things come about. But now this is about plastic plates. These people were arrested. They were caught picking some of these plates. They'll go home to wash them and they sell it to food vendors. Now, some food vendors do the most. Some food vendors, they may even be aware that this is where they get this thing for. Are they trying to save costs? Are they trying to be economical? Are they trying to save costs by doing that? You're putting the lives of everyone who patronizes you at risk. This is refuse bins, so not from factories. Refuse bins. You know those disposable plastics and plates. You see the example I gave where some people make drinks with these disposable bottles. Some of them are picked from trash, from waste bins, and they are cleansed. They are now resold to some of those people who make their drinks. I don't want to mention some drinks, but most of the people who make these homemade drinks, they use them and they use it to sell. And anyone who patronizes, some people just put in your mouth. You don't know where they picked those things from. You don't care. You should care. All right. So these people were arrested. They go to the refuse bins and they pick these disposable plastic plates and they resell them to food vendors in the area. What would it cost you to buy these disposable plastics and plates from the market? You can actually add it to the cost of the food that you want to sell. You can add it to the cost of the price of the food you want to sell, than trying to save costs. Still selling the food the amount you will sell, but then rather than doing it the right and proper way, you decide to go through corners or cut through corners. You patronize these people who pick plastics from refuse bin, and you're a food vendor. So the people who buy food from you, you don't care. Some of these plastics, you realize that they can't be so clean. Imagine the plastic you got from a refuse bin. How well would you wash it that it would be safe enough or clean enough for vendors, for people who buy your food to eat? Don't think about the health risk involved. The statement said earlier today, operatives of the Lagos State Environmental Station Corps, KAI, apprehended over 15 suspected environmental offenders around the Jibo Railway corridor for allegedly collecting and reselling used disposable plastics and plates recovered from refuse bins to food vendors. The enforcement exercise was part of ongoing efforts by the state government to curb environmental violations and ensure public health safety. Recall that 144 people were arrested across Lagos State last week, Wednesday, for allegedly engaging in street begging. We're not focusing on the street begging matter. My issue is, so vendors, food vendors, people who do some of these edibles, and when I say edibles, now sounding like, people who do some of these chops and food, sell bowls of food. Is that how they do it? I don't understand. Is that how they get these the packs they used to sell? They get it from people who collect or pick these things from refuse bins? Because at this point, it may just make everyone start being suspicious of, if I want to order food now from this vendor or this food vendor, how am I sure that, this is actually safe to eat, clean enough to eat? Because we know that, selling of food online or offline, or you have a store or you sell online, it's already a business at this point now. It's a business that people do and, they are known for. But if I am buying food from you as a vendor and I cannot really tell where you get this disposable plastic plates from, then I really don't know. Now, this is not to move them out of business or put them out of business, but it's a matter of concern. It's really a matter of concern because there are people who don't, spend so much to cook. So they have like someone who makes meals and, they order from, or someone who, just cooks in packs and sends to them. What won't people do for money? Now, at this point, who would we even blame? Like, who carries the bigger share of this? Is it the people who go to refuse bins to pick up these plastics? The disposable bottles, disposable plates, those plastic plates now with covers, those takeouts. Is it the people who do these things that should carry the larger share? Because they know what they're doing, they're well aware of their actions. But of course, it's business to them. They want to sell, so you don't know any other thing you could sell to get money. It is going to the refuse bin to pick up these things to sell. That's on one part. On the other hand, the vendors who buy these things for their business, knowing fully well that these plastics were picked up from refuse bins, but you still buy them in bulk to sell your food. Who should carry the larger share? Or it's almost like equal fault or equal blame at this point. Both the vendors who buy it and the people who go to the refuse bin to pick these things to sell carry the same blame, or the act is just, the consequence is actually the same. Some of the people who do Zobo drinks, some of the people who do Tiger Nut drinks, some of the people who sell some of those homemade drinks that they sell. There's this other one coming to my head: beetroot drinks, Zobo drinks, Tiger Nut drinks, Kunu, and the rest of that. How do they get those plastics that they always have to sell? Some of them are not branded. So, some of them, they use this regular sodas that we know. Some sodas, yellow one, the green one, the white transparent bottle, the black one. There are a lot of these sodas that are different colors and labels. Some of these people who sell these drinks, they peel off the labels on them, wash them, and start selling. Where do they get it from? At this point, it's not sounding like, does it not seem like they patronize people who pick these things off the streets? Because sometimes on the road you're walking, you see someone has a bag full of cans, plastic cans. Some of them enter the gutter. Pick this one. Enter the gutters on the road, on the street, along the road. Refuse bins, trash cans. Pick all of these cans full in a bag. They load it in a bag. What do they do with it? Do they go to recycle it? They sell it to some of those people who makes this drink, and they, these people just wash them and put in their drink and sell. Now it has moved on from that point to disposable plastic plates. So you can no longer buy plates from the market, those plastic plates from the market. It's too much cost for your business. But you can sell the food that you sell at a price that you want, but you cannot take out from the money that you make from that business to go to the market to buy disposable plates to package your food and sell. Oh, it's cheaper from these people. Really? So if these people were not caught now, a lot of food vendors patronize them. They patronize them. Oh, bring 2 bags of plastic plates for me with covers. So they'll go inside the bush, or they'll go into dump sites, go to refuse bins, pack all the ones that people used to eat and have disposed, pack all of them and fill up a bag and bring for you. You open your eyes and use it to package food to sell for people. Because of what? The vendor, you're trying to save costs. The person who does that, that's the business you want to do. That's how you will make money. That's how you make money. Economy is hard. That's how you make money. Refuse bin. What won't people do for money at this point? Because we just keep hearing this. Oh, yesterday we talked about the woman who staged her kidnap, demanded 50 million naira ransom from her family. Oh, you want to make you just want money. It's hard. You want money. So that's the way to go. Today, 15 people were arrested because they go to the refuse bin to pick plastics and they sell to food vendors to package their food. That's the business idea that comes into your head. Economy is hard. Nigeria is tough. So that's the business idea that you can do at this point, of all the things to think of to do. Food vendor. You sell food. So that's the way you can manage the business. That's how to be economical in your business. Open the phone lines in 5 minutes. Have you joined in the conversation? I really want to know what you think about this. At this point, the question on this matter is, what won't people do? What would they not do for money? Because some people will do anything. Anything. As long as I get paid, I will do anything. Some persons that have resolved in their heart, in their mind, that I can do anything for money. I don't care. I don't want to care. I am not interested in what you think about it, or what the government says about it, or what the society says about it, or what anyone thinks about it. As long as it puts money in my hands, in my pocket, in my account, I am ready to do it. Not minding how it affects anybody. I get money, right? I'm doing it. I'm down for it. Yeah, we know that, money is important. That's like, very important. That there's hardly anything you can do without money, right? And society has moved on to the point where if you don't have money or you're not making money, then you're not making sense. Like, if what you're saying is not bringing money or it doesn't make money, then it doesn't make sense. Society has moved to the point where what you are talking about, if you want to talk to me about something, is it money? Is it going to bring money? Is it somewhere to earn money? If it's not, then don't talk to me about it. So money is like very important. Someone says, money is everything. Money is not everything, but for now, money is everything. While I'm not disputing the fact that, the economy is hard and, people just want to earn a living, do anything to get money. But in doing anything to get money, you should ask yourself, this thing I am about to do, or this thing I'm going to do, I want to do, how does it affect anybody around me? Am I hurting anybody? Am I harming anyone? Am I putting anyone's life at risk? These are questions to ask yourself before you start any business or get any idea for a business. If you put all of these questions and, you are able to answer that, I'm not hurting anyone, I'm not harming anybody, this idea or this business I want to do or this thing I want to venture into is not going to cause harm to anyone, there are no consequences for it, it's not putting the life of anyone in danger, then you're free to do what you want to do. But this business now, I don't know if it's a business idea I'll call it, you are putting the life of everyone at risk because food is something that we cannot do without. And these vendors, this is their business. They sell food and everyone patronizes them one way or the other. You may not, this week I didn't buy food outside. But there will just be a time where you just need to buy food. It's not all the time or every day that you may have the money or you have the time or have the energy or the strength to cook a proper meal. So let me just order a plate of soup, or let me just order rice and this and that and zobo drink. They'll just buy from them. And you can't even tell if this food you are buying and the package of the food is safe enough for you to consume. Sometimes we are even our problem. Yes, there are lots of issues. The government have this and that. But you and I, sometimes we are even enemies of ourselves. We are enemies to ourselves because of some of the things that we do. It's almost like we are fighting ourselves. Because why are you going to waste beans to pick plastics as to sell? And you food vendor, why are you patronizing people who pick dirty plates and wash them to sell your food? What would it cost you to go to the market and buy? At least buy the ones that can last you for a while. You're making money from the business. So putting money back into the business is not going to kill you. You're saving costs, and you're in the long run, you may just be out of business eventually. Because if everyone starts having complaint about the food that you sell and how it makes them, I remember that I bought food sometime. I'm not even going to mention anybody because this was not even like a branded food vendor anyway. But I bought bolly and roasted yam and beans and fish. That bolly and yam and beans and fish, and they'll put the liver and everything. I remember that particular one because after I ate that meal, that food, the whole of that day I was not myself. I wasn't okay. My system changed. First off, the food was tasting somehow. I don't know if it was on the plate or the pack or the food I don't know what happened, but I know that the whole of that day I wasn't myself. And I resolved in my heart that I will never buy food from this place again. I even told my friend that, please, if you are hungry to the point where you want to die or faint, don't make the mistake of going to this place to buy food. Because the experience I had, the food was tasting like there was paracetamol inside. Yeah, it was tasting like the food was cooked with medicine. I don't know. If maybe they washed the plastic with chemical, I really don't know. But that was my experience. And, there's nothing that will take me back there to buy food for any reason. It's really crazy. Some of the experiences that we have and some of the things that people do behind closed doors, behind, when no one sees them in their business, it's alarming. Some people will go any length, do anything just to earn more. Let's do a 5 minutes break, right? I see calls coming in already, of course. I'll have you join in on the conversation by 9, let's see. Say by 9:35. Yeah, because there's commercial for 9:45. So 9:35, I'll open the phone line so we can have the conversation with you quickly before we wrap up. The thrill. Please stay with me. Conversation. What won't people do for money at this point? Let's take this call. Hello, good evening.
Fasuna, good evening.
This is Rona. Go on, please.
Rona, this is Chief Bernard from Umosi.
All right, go on.
What you are telling us that happened at Lagos.
Yeah.
That one is even more better. It's a plastic. You
Mm.
know what? Yeah, that is even more better.
Which one is worse?
Yeah, like when I was in Bayelsa,
Yeah.
1995, when I was in Bayelsa, a food vendor usually use mini feed for crayfish.
You don't mean it.
Mini feed for crayfish, urine for water, medicines for oil, and all kind of things. And luckily, the time I went to that place have closed down. Then the woman now sick and confessed from his bed.
That these were the things she was using to cook.
Yes. And that is why everybody in Yanagua come to that particular place to eat.
That's
then,
crazy.
The doctor now came to inform the people that this is what the mother said because she must confess and they must return back to the people and inform them.
Yeah.
That day was a mad day for Yanagua.
Are you serious? Hey. But the fact that's like that's another angle, another aspect.
Mad person with Zobo too, and he was drinking those things. I said, look at. So after drinking this thing, this guy will still throw this container on the ground
and they will pick it and use it to package it.
I caught it since then till now. Anyhow, my throat.
Oh, just make it in my house and drink, I beg. Just make the one I can do.
Although I don't know how to make it, but if I
Oh,
want to
okay.
drink it, I will check those ones.
Those packaged ones.
Small bottles.
Yeah, those bottles that it's not the regular one you see on the street and pick.
Exactly. The same thing to Mama Put. Do you know that I've stopped to eat Mama Put? These people keep on grinding tomato that is filled with all kind of.
Some of them use those broken, rotten tomatoes for stew.
And the environment where they dispose. I mean, where they dispense this food to people, if you look under their table, you will see
some of them cook in very dirty environment. I agree with you.
So, my sister, I'm shrinking because I can't eat when I'm supposed to eat. I usually buy gala with minerals sometimes, all those things. Look, people should be very careful with what they eat now because of the economy now, people are just taking things for granted.
But they shouldn't. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you, good evening.
Go on, please.
what happened in Lagos is also happening in Port Harcourt.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
also happening in every part of Nigeria.
Yeah.
You see, for instance, what I saw one day.
Please, you need to hurry up, though. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, try to hurry up because we're wrapping up in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
One woman was cutting this watermelon.
Yeah.
Half of it fall enter inside gutter. Very, very bad gutter, smelling gutter.
And she still brushed that and rinsed it.
Yes, she now look around.
To see if anyone saw her.
Nobody was seeing her. She now took it, spit it, and pour water on it. Then continued slicing it. Imagine such.
That's crazy. We have to go now. Well, thank you all for your opinions. We are already after time. Thank you for your opinions. And please, let's do better. If you're a food vendor listening to me, please do better. All right? I'm Rona Agbara. Good evening.
When the night is young and the moon Brand new whip, just
with Desperados.
What's poppin' with Desperados?
Hey folks, welcome back to What's Poppin' with Desperados, the home of premium vibes, trending conversations, and the stories everybody will be talking about tomorrow. And trust me, this is where music meets culture, where the entertainment gist never sleeps, and where every moment comes with an extra splash of energy. Whether you're driving home just like me right now, or perhaps you're stuck in traffic, or maybe you're still working or planning your next night out, you're exactly where you need to be. And if you've got an ice cold Desperados nearby, my friend, what are you waiting for? Even better. And when the crew is complete, the music is hidden and the night starts showing promise. There's only one way to level things up. Desperados, folks. Bold, refreshing, made for people who live differently. Desperados, a beer with a Latin vibe. Please enjoy responsibly. And remember, not for sale to persons under the age of 18. Without wasting time, let's get this amazing show on the road.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer.
When the night is young and the mood is right, an ice cold Desperados is the only one way to keep the vibe alive. Bold flavor, big vibes, hot enough to ignite the night, and cool enough to keep it going. So grab a Desperados, turn the vibe on, and let the party begin.
Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Enjoy responsibly. Not for sale to persons under the age of 18.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer. The Popping 7.
It makes me feel good. I just want to get up and dance. I just want to dance.
The Popping 7. Countdown of the joints you feel the most.
Welcome back to the Popping 7, and this is where we get to serve you 7 hot bangers in this particular order. So how about you grab your drink, come closer, because we're about to turn up all night long. And number 1 on the list today is Davido, Be There Still. Davido continues with his impressive run with a record that combines affection packed with confidence and irresistible vibes. I know you'll enjoy this one. Ira Star, All the Love.
With my choices, can't seem to get what the point is. Life can be
With Baby Is It a Crime? You already know it's Remy Boy, and this record is still making serious waves. Remy's ability to blend emotion, melody, and swagger keeps his record firmly in heavy rotation, and that's why this one is popping tonight on the Popping 7.
baby, baby, come on.
isn't here to play it safe. You already know it's all about breaking the rules, pushing limits, and hitting with a refreshing taste and that spicy kick that just slaps really differently. So Desperados, it's more than just a beer. It's a whole lifestyle. So join me right now and raise your glass to the beer that's made to be different. If you're with me, go Desperados, go!
When the night is young and the mood is right, an ice-cold Desperados is the only one way to keep the vibe alive. Bold flavor, big vibes, hot enough to ignite the night, and cool enough to keep it going. So grab a Desperados, turn the vibe on, and let the party begin.
Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Enjoy responsibly. Not for sale to persons under the age of 18.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer. Tequila-flavored beer. The Popping 7.
It makes me feel good. I just want to get up and dance. I just want to dance.
The Popping 7. Countdown of the joints you feel the most.
Welcome back, folks, to the Popping 7. I said it before, we're not done. We only took a breather just to give you another amazing banger. Asha K is next, and he says, "Why Love?" You already know this man. All day, and it's popping on the Popping 7. The Popping 7 tonight. And to wrap it up tonight on the Popping 7, like you already know, 7 means perfection. And yes, all my ladies coming in right here with Move In. This record, definitely infectious. And it's the 7th record. Have it. 7 songs, 7 certified vibes, 0 misses, and that's your Popping 7. Up next on the show is The Least, and you already know, 1 story, 1 conversation. Stick around.
The List. Scoop about your favorites.
This is where it's at.
The List.
Yo, folks, welcome back to The Least, and you already know this is the place where the hottest conversations definitely come alive. And today's story, the return of midweek enjoyment culture. More Nigerians are embracing the idea that fun shouldn't wait until Friday. And trust me, I totally agree with this one. From after-work hangouts to Tuesday nights events and midweek social experiences, people are finding new ways to balance work and enjoyment. Social media has been buzzing with content showing packed lounges, live music nights, and rooftop experiences and networking events happening right in the middle of the week. Supporters say life is too short to postpone happiness until the weekend, and that's the vibe over here. Others believe people simply need more opportunities to unwind after long work days. Either way, one thing is clear for sure. The weekend may still be king, but Tuesday and Wednesdays are starting to make serious noise. And honestly, we're not mad at it. I mean, it's all about the fun.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer. Tequila-flavored beer.
When the night is young and the mood is right, an ice-cold Desperados is the only one way to keep the vibe alive. Bold flavor, big vibes, hot enough to ignite the night, and cool enough to keep it going. So grab a Desperados, turn the vibe on, and let the party begin.
Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Enjoy responsibly. Not for sale to persons under the age of 18.
Does anyone know where the plug is?
Where is popping? Looking for something. Places and events for you. What's popping?
Hey folks, what's a night without a spot that is definitely popping? And that is exactly why we have Where's Popping. It's time for me to drop the location. Tonight we're heading all the way to Lekki Phase 1. You already know what time, right? And the place is W Bar Lounge. Now, if your perfect night includes premium ambience, quality music, great food, and stylish company, this is a spot worth checking out. The atmosphere is vibrant, the crowd is lively, and the music keeps the energy flowing from start to finish. Whether you're linking up with friends after work or planning a proper night out, this venue delivers premium experience. And of course, every great night deserves a great drink. Pair the moment with an ice-cold Desperados, and suddenly the vibes gets even better. Bold flavor, refreshing attitude, unforgettable moments. That, my friend, is the formula. And that's why Where's Poppin' is shining the spotlight on this destination tonight. Desperados beer, it is made to be different. Every good song definitely comes to an end, and it breaks my heart, but yeah, it's a wrap on another exciting edition of What's Poppin' with Desperados. Oh yeah, we brought you the hottest records, the biggest conversations, and enough premium vibes to keep your night moving. Before we go, remember, life is better when you stay bold, stay adventurous, and keep the good times flowing. From all of us here at What's Poppin' with Desperados, thank you for hanging with me tonight. Until next time, remember to stay loud, stay vibrant, stay poppin'. And this has been What's Poppin' with Desperados. Sayonara.
Thank you for checking in with us on What's Popping with Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
A very good evening to you. This is the World Museum Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Akbara. First, the headlines. Organized labor to begin negotiations for new minimum wage in July 2026. INEC updates PDP leadership records on portal. On the foreign scene, 6 nations impose sanctions over West Bank settler violence. Details shortly. The organized labor, comprising the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Union Congress, TUC, has announced plans to begin negotiations for a new national minimum wage in July 2026. Labour leaders disclosed this during a joint press conference on the sidelines of the 114th International Labour Conference in Geneva, Switzerland. The unions noted that many state governors have acknowledged that the current 70,000 naira minimum wage is inadequate to meet the basic needs of workers. However, they cautioned against unilateral proposals by governors, insisting that any wage review must follow the established negotiations process. Organised labour also called for the payment of outstanding gratuity arrears and reaffirmed its commitment to engaging stakeholders to secure improved welfare and better working conditions for Nigerian workers. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has confirmed that it has filed appeals against 2 Federal High Court judgments challenging aspects of its timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general election, insisting that the electoral calendar is an interconnected framework that cannot be altered in isolation without disrupting the entire process. INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amupiton, who made the confirmation of the Commission's second quarterly consultative meeting with political party leaders in Abuja, said the Commission carefully reviewed the rulings and opted to seek appellate clarification on key constitutional and statutory questions. The first judgment, delivered on May 20, 2026 in Youth Party versus INEC, questioned certain timelines in the election schedule, while the second in Social Democratic Party SDP versus INEC produced the mixed ruling, upholding INEC's authority to issue timetables but nullifying aspects relating to nomination and substitution procedures. Amobiton argued that electoral activities such as party primaries, voter registration processes, ballot production, BVAS configuration, and logistics planning are operationally interdependent and must be harmonized within a unified framework to ensure efficiency, transparency, and legal certainty. He assured political parties that despite the ongoing litigation, INEC remains committed to conducting the 2027 general elections in line with the Constitution, the Electoral Act, and judicial pronouncement, while also announcing that candidates' nomination portal access codes will be issued to parties on June 26, 2026 for the submission of candidate details. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has updated its records on the People's Democratic Party, PDP, by removing the names of Ahmed Yayari and Daniel Woyekinkukuro from its official portal as National Treasurer and National Financial Secretary. The electoral body has replaced them with Odeyemi Maxine Oladiran and Eyim Donatus Henry, who are aligned with the faction loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike. Yayari and Woyeginkuro are members of the faction led by former Senate President Bukola Saraki and backed by Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, who is also said to enjoy the support of the PDP Board of Trustees, BOT. Prior to the latest update, INEC had already recognized the Wike-backed leadership by listing Abdurrahman Mohammed as national chairman and Samuel Anyanwu as national secretary on its portal. However, the retention of Yayari and Wonye Ginkuro in the party's executive structure has created uncertainty over the Commission's position regarding the PDP's internal leadership dispute. With the recent changes, all officials currently listed as members of the PDP's national leadership on the INEC portal are now aligned with the Wike-backed faction. The development comes amid ongoing leadership tensions within the opposition party and follows interpretations of the Supreme Court's judgment that have been cited by rival factions in support of their respective claims to legitimacy. The Arewa Consultative Forum, ACF, says President Bola Tinubu has significantly lost political support in northern Nigeria since the 2023 election, while also arguing that neither former Vice President Atiku Abubakar nor Labour Party figure Peter Obi represents a credible alternative ahead of the 2027 presidential race. Speaking during a television program, the National Publicity Secretary of ACF, Professor Tukur Mohammed Baba, described Nigeria's political class as lacking coherent ideology or policy direction, insisting that widespread disillusionment among northern voters reflects deeper frustration with insecurity and economic hardship. He criticized successive administrations for failing to address worsening insecurity and economic challenges, warning that self-help was increasingly replacing state protection in parts of the north. While faulting Tinubu's economic policies and security response, he also dismissed Atiku Abubakar as a recurring decimal and questioned Peter Obi's political consistency, arguing that frequent party changes had weakened trust in his candidacy. The House of Representatives has summoned the service chiefs and the National Security Advisor, NSA, Nuhu Ribadu, to appear before lawmakers over the worsening security situation across the country. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion sponsored by Suleiman Gumi, who represents the Gumi Bunkoyum Federal Constituency of Zamfara State. The summons come amid escalating attacks by bandits and terrorists who have continued to kill and abduct citizens in several parts of Nigeria. The growing insecurity has sparked renewed calls for President Bola Tinubu to reshuffle the nation's security leadership, with critics urging the replacement of the service chiefs to strengthen the fight against criminal groups. Senate leader Okpeyemi Bamidele has revealed plans to sponsor a bill seeking to introduce a single 6-year tenure for presidents and governors after the 2027 general elections. Speaking with newsmen, Bamidele said the proposed legislation would be among the first bills he intends to introduce in the next Senate, arguing that a single term would allow elected leaders to focus fully on governance without the distractions of re-election campaigns. According to the lawmaker, the current two-term arrangement often forces office holders to spend a significant part of their first tenure strategizing for a second term rather than concentrating on delivering results. He maintained that a one-term, 6-year mandate would encourage leaders to maximize their time in office from the outset, knowing they have only one opportunity to serve. While acknowledging that the proposal may not enjoy unanimous support, Bamidele said lawmakers have a duty to pursue reforms that I believe will strengthen governance, adding that the bill would require constitutional amendments before it can become law. The federal government has acknowledged that inflation and insecurity remain significant challenges facing Nigerians while defending the economic reforms introduced by President Bola Tinubu's administration. Speaking at a press conference in Abuja to mark the 2026 Democracy Day celebration, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, George Akume, said the government recognized the hardship caused by ongoing reforms but maintained that recent economic indicators showed signs of progress. He noted that inflation, though still painful, was on a downward trend, while insecurity continued to threaten lives and livelihoods despite ongoing efforts to address it. Akume said the administration's policies were beginning to yield results, citing GDP growth of 4.07% in the fourth quarter of 2025 and 3.89% in the first quarter of 2026. He highlighted the impact of social intervention programs, including student loans, conditional cash transfers, and consumer credit schemes, while also defending fiscal and anti-corruption reforms aimed at strengthening public finance and accountability. The SGF stressed that security challenges remained unresolved but said the government was expanding the capacity of security agencies and enhancing regional cooperation to combat threats. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, has urged West African countries to deepen regional collaboration in addressing transnational crimes, warning that no single nation can effectively confront increasingly sophisticated cross-border criminal networks alone. He made the call while presiding over the 11th meeting of the heads of Interpol National Central Bureaus, NCBs, for West Africa in Abuja, which brought together representatives from 16 countries alongside officials from the Interpol General Secretariat and regional security bodies. Disu highlighted rising threats including human trafficking, arms smuggling, drug trafficking, cyber crimes, money laundering, terrorism financing, and violent extremism, stressing the need for coordinated intelligence sharing and rapid response systems. In a statement by the Force Public Relations Officer, DCP Anthony Okon, Disu outlined Nigeria's ongoing efforts to strengthen international policing cooperation through expanded access to Interpol's 1247 network, participation in Project Gemini for improved travel document verification, and the use of the West African Police Information System, WAPIS, for regional data integration. He added that enhanced trust, transparency, and real-time information exchange remain essential to disrupting criminal activity before it escalates. The paramount ruler and head of chief of Eledongbo Rukboko community in Obiakwa local government area of River State, His Royal Highness Theophilus Wokbo has called on the political class to remain closer to the grassroots in order to better understand and address the needs of the people. Eze Wokbo, who made this call in an interview with Today FM's Magnus Mwawa, stressed that this period requires political leaders to maintain close contact with their communities and establish effective channels of communication. He particularly urged politicians who have benefited from federal appointments through the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Minister, to reciprocate such opportunities by ensuring inclusiveness and carrying their constituents along in governance. The monarch, who also serves as chairman of the Apara Council of Chiefs and Elders, as well as chairman of the Rukboko Council of Traditional Rulers, noted that traditional rulers have a responsibility to speak out and correct societal wrongs whenever they arise.
I'm saying, let the politicians in River State sit up and follow the exemplary leadership qualities of FCT Minister, Chief Barrister Ezenwonye Sonwike, who has helped so many Rivers people by giving them federal appointments in Abuja. I commend.
The paramount ruler of Nkarahia community in Isiokpo, Ancient Kingdom, in Korea local government area of River State, His Royal Highness Oha Wobodo Okachuku, has expressed concern over the deteriorating condition of the road leading to the Isiokpo police station. Oha Wobodo Okachuku raised the concern in an interview with Today FM Magnus Mwawa shortly after hosting the annual wrestling festival held at the Nkarahia playground. He noted that the bad condition of the road, coupled with the absence of solar street lighting, is hindering the effective discharge of duties by security operators in the area. The monarch called on the contractor handling the road project to ensure its timely completion, urging that the project be delivered before December as earlier promised. He further appealed for improved infrastructure support to enhance security and ease movement within the community.
Like torchlight, other small thing not gone, so that they can chase anybody who want to do away with some people's property. Because as that road is like that, this NDDC light, one on that area, we don't know how that area was. They removed the light because some of them, they like darkness. Those people that rob, they like that. If that road is complete, it will speedy the police people. Whenever you call them, they will run out. But that road is bad. This rainy season, I don't think anybody living around there, including police people, will even access their office.
The traditional ruler of Taba community in Kana, local government area of River State, Chief Prosper Niwe Menasa, has raised concerns over what he described as persistent harassment, intimidation, and other distressing actions by certain officers of the Nigerian Police Force against residents of Barasi Taba community. Addressing newsmen during a media briefing, Chief Niwe, who alleged that the community as February this year witnessed an increasing pattern of police harassment, arrest, torture and extortion, stated that several members of the community have reportedly been subjected to unwarranted arrest and various forms of intimidation, including High Chief Mene MSK Nule. He further alleged that in the early hours of Sunday, the youth leader of Taba community, Nwike Tore, was arrested at his residence and subjected to severe treatment during the process of his arrest.
To bring to the attention of the public what we consider to be the persistent harassments, intimidation, and distressing actions of certain officers of the Nigeria Police Force against the people of Barasi Taba community. In recent months, our community has experienced what appears to be an increasing pattern of police harassments, arrests, torture, and extortion. Since February this year, several members of our community have reportedly been subjected to unwarranted arrests and other forms of intimidation, including His Royal Highness High Chief Mene MSK Nune.
Chief Nunwe disclosed that subsequent inquiries revealed that approximately 15 indigents of Taba community are reportedly being sought by the police in connection with the alleged attempted murder of His Majesty Mene Swanu Baridam. While clarifying the Taba community has no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident involving Mene Baridam, the monarch condemned all acts of violence and criminality, reiterating the community's commitment to peace, justice, and the rule of law. The chief also called on relevant authorities to ensure that all investigations are conducted professionally impartially and within the bounds of the law, while respecting the fundamental rights and dignity of all citizens, emphasized that Taba community remains committed to lawful engagement and peaceful coexistence.
Approximately 15 indigenes of Tamba community are reportedly being sought by the police in connection with the alleged attempted murder of His Majesty Mene Sonu T.Y. Baridam. It is important to note that Tamba community has no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident involving Sonu Baridam. We strongly condemn any act of violence or criminality and remain committed to peace, justice, and the rule of law.
Speaking during the briefing, the wife of the arrested youth leader, Cecilia Torre, recounted how men dressed in black uniforms allegedly invaded their homes and took her husband, after subjecting him to physical assault without providing any explanation for his arrest, and appealed to security authorities to release him.
All of them were on black and black with guns. They are about 20-something in number. They came and carried my husband. Till now, I did not know his whereabouts. And they were beating him seriously without doing anything. This man they are tormenting like this is not feeling fine. He's suffering for so many sickness and he's not up to 1 month today. They got him arrested. Case is still in the court.
The former caretaker committee chairman of Kana local government area, Sonny Bekanwa, is expected to open his defense on June 15, 2026 in the murder case involving the deaths of Dr. Lucky Kina and engineer Dia Donsara in Pian community. The adjournment followed the conclusion of the defense by the first defendant, Henry Barikudele, who denied allegations of cult involvement or participation in the killings while testifying in court. Barikudele told the court that his statements implicating Bekanwa were made under alleged police torture, a claim Bekanwa rejected in his sworn statement, insisting instead that the accusation arose after Barikudele failed to settle the matter privately before involving law enforcement. Today FM correspondent reports that the defendant also denied ownership of a face mask allegedly recovered at the crime scene and dismissed earlier allegations linking him to an assault case in the community, describing the incident as a non-cult related altercation. The trial judge, Justice IPC Igwe, adjourned the case and cautioned both defendants against attempts to distort court proceedings, stressing that the trial had progressed significantly and warning against statements undermining the judicial process. The River State government has called on pregnant women across the state to take advantage of free insecticide-treated mosquito nets as part of efforts to protect them from malaria and other health complications that could threaten safe childbirth. The acting permanent secretary of the River State Ministry of Health, Dr. Vincent Wanchuku, made the appeal during the flag-off of the Optimized Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week, scheduled to hold from June 8th to 12th, 2026. The program was organized by the River State Primary Health Care Management Board in collaboration with the Port Harcourt City Council. Dr. Wanchuk also urged fathers and family members to support pregnant women by ensuring they receive adequate medical attention throughout pregnancy and delivery.
You are not paying, the government is paying for everything you are not going to benefit. This gathering is not just a rendezvous. It is to sensitize our women, to tell you that, look, no mother should die trying to bring forth a child. And when you try to bring forth that child, you must do your bit to ensure that that child does not die under your care. And so there are a lot of things you're supposed to do to ensure that you are healthy, to ensure that the children you're bringing forth remain healthy, ensure that you deliver either in the hospital or health center, recognized and registered by the state government, health facilities in the state, tertiary, secondary, and primary healthcare center. We have
also speaking, the executive secretary of the River State Primary Health Care Management Board, Dr. Chitiru Adiele, revealed that all pregnant women in the state have been enrolled in the Reef Chip program to enhance access to quality healthcare services and promote safer deliveries.
Collaboration with them. We have also registered all pregnant women in Reef Chip so that during this period of their pregnancies, they can have free antenatal and free delivery for all the women that are registered. So this is a very, very important part of the program. So we want women to know that this exists for all our mothers. So our support for Reef Chip improves access, and then there are several other improvements we are doing in our healthcare system as well, including digitalization and electronic medical record system is supposed to be, once we implement that, that's also supposed to enhance the delivery of care to our people.
The Optimized Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week is designed to improve the health and well-being of mothers, children and caregivers through the provision of essential healthcare services, immunization, health education and disease prevention interventions. On the foreign scene, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, France, New Zealand and Norway have jointly imposed sanctions targeting individuals and networks accused of financing and supporting settler violence against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. France also announced travel bans on Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and several settler leaders, while the UK urged businesses and citizens to avoid economic activities linked to settlements considered illegal under international law. Israel rejected the measures, calling them politically motivated and insisting that settler violence is not state policy. Meanwhile, human rights organizations welcomed the sanctions but argued that they were insufficient, urging stronger actions such as broader sanctions and a full ban on trade and investment connected to Israeli settlements. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Organized Labour has announced its plans to begin negotiations for a new minimum wage in July 2026. We told you that INEC has updated the PDP leadership records on its portal. On the foreign scene, you also heard that 6 nations have imposed sanctions on individuals and networks over West Bank settler violence. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. On Facebook at Today95.1fm. On Instagram at TodayFM951. On X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. World Health Organization WHO commends Uganda for containing Ebola outbreak. China and North Korea pledge deeper cooperation during Pyongyang summit. British government gives tech firms 3 months to block children from accessing nude images. Iran announces suspension of attacks on Israel after overnight escalation. Details shortly. The World Health Organization WHO has praised Uganda for its swift and effective response to contain an Ebola outbreak linked to neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. WHO Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus, during a visit to Kampala, said Uganda's experience in managing public health emergencies had helped reduce the case fatality rate to below 1%. He also lauded the government's decision to cancel large public gatherings, including the Matthias Day celebration, noting that such events could have significantly worsened the spread of the virus. The WHO had declared the outbreak an international health emergency, with 515 confirmed infections and 91 deaths reported in the DRC since May 15. Meanwhile, one of the confirmed cases in Uganda was a Congolese citizen who had traveled to the United Arab Emirates before entering Uganda. 2 days later, the UAE announced it was banning entry to travelers arriving from the DRC, Uganda and South Sudan. In Mauritius, it was reported that the island nation was also barring foreign travelers from the 3 countries. This is the 17th Ebola outbreak to hit the DRC, a vast and unstable Central African country of more than 1 million people. Several people have been arrested in Nanyuki following protests against the construction of an Ebola quarantine facility at Laikipia Air Base near Mount Kenya. Report says demonstrators oppose plans to house Americans arriving from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where a major Ebola outbreak is ongoing. Police used tear gas to disperse the crowds, while protesters argue that Kenya, which has never recorded an Ebola case, should not risk importing potential carriers of the virus. The 50-bed isolation center, funded and staffed by the United States, has become a flashpoint despite a temporary high court order halting construction. President William Ruto has defended the project, citing decades of U.S. support for Kenya's health sector, while health minister officials insist that the facility will serve both Kenyans and Americans. Neighboring Uganda remains the only country outside Congo to report infections, with 19 confirmed cases. A 3-judge bench of Kenya's High Court has upheld the impeachment of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, bringing a major legal challenge to an end while reinforcing Parliament's authority over the impeachment process. The court ruled that impeachment is primarily a legislative function, that judges cannot substitute Parliament's judgment on the ground for removing a deputy president from office. While acknowledging procedural concerns, the judges said the financial outcome remained valid under the Constitution. The appeal trial of Eugene Ramusio, a former Rwandan doctor sentenced to 27 years in prison for complicity in the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis, opened in Paris. Eugene appeared before the Paris Assize Court today to challenge his 2024 conviction for complicity in genocide, complicity in crimes against humanity, and participation in a conspiracy to prepare those crimes during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda. The former occupational health physician, now 67, was sentenced to 27 years in prison after judges found him guilty of supporting genocidal actions carried out by the Hutu-led regime. The defense argues that judicial findings must be based on legal proof rather than historical narratives, while insisting that Ramusio was consistently maintained his innocence. An investigation report has revealed that more than 300 migrants from Iraq's Kurdistan region were allegedly kidnapped, tortured, and threatened with forced organ removal while traveling through Libya on their way to the United Kingdom last year. According to an investigation by BBC, the migrants were held by an armed militia that demanded a ransom of $5,000 from each family and threatened to remove the captives' kidneys if payments were not made. Former hostages who have since been released reported being subjected to torture and held in overcrowded conditions, while evidence reviewed by the BBC suggests that some forced operations may have taken place. At least one migrant is reported to have died, and the fate of others remains uncertain. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, China's President Xi Jinping and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un have pledged to deepen bilateral cooperation and strengthen strategic coordination following talks in Pyongyang. During the summit, Xi expressed China's commitment to advancing relations and expanding cooperation in key sectors, including trade, agriculture, construction, and technology, while both leaders agreed to enhance communication and safeguard their respective sovereignty and security interests. Kim reaffirmed North Korea's commitment to its long-standing friendship with China, describing it as a top strategic priority and reiterating support for Beijing's One China policy. The visit, Xi's first to North Korea in 7 years, comes amid shifting regional dynamics, growing ties between Pyongyang and Moscow. The British government has given major technology companies, including Apple and Google, 3 months to introduce safety measures that prevent children from sending, receiving, and accessing nude images on phones and tablets. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said firms must use their technology capabilities to better protect children from online abuse, coercion, and extortion, warning that the government would introduce legislation if companies fail to act voluntarily. Under the proposed measures, companies could face hefty fines and possible criminal liability for executives who fail to comply. The move comes amid growing concerns over online child exploitation, with the government citing data showing that 91% of online child abuse sexually reports in 2024 involved self-generated content. The announcement also follows reports that the UK is considering banning children under 16 from accessing some social media platforms, similar to measures already adopted in Australia. Iran's military has announced the suspension of its attacks on Israel, saying it had delivered a painful response to Israeli strikes on Lebanon. The announcement, made in a statement broadcast on national radio, came after both countries exchanged missile attacks overnight, in the most significant escalation since a ceasefire and the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran took effect in April. The latest hostilities began after Iran launched missiles at Israel over the weekend, describing the action as a retaliation from Israeli strikes in Beirut. The escalation raised concerns over regional stability and dealt a setback to efforts by U.S. President Donald Trump to preserve the ceasefire. Trump had earlier urged both sides to halt further attacks, while Iran later announced the suspension of military operations, citing support for Lebanon and satisfaction with its response. The International Criminal Court has suspended its chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, over allegations of sexual misconduct with an aide. The ICC's 21-member Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties announced the decision, saying it referred the case to a special session of the court's member states. A United Nations investigation found evidence that Khan has had non-consensual sexual contact with an aide on several occasions. But in April, a 3-judge panel ruled the investigation was not conclusive. The 56-year-old British national has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. The allegations against him were first reported to the court's independent watchdog more than 2 years ago. Cuba was shaken by a powerful offshore earthquake yesterday, measuring about 6.1 in magnitude and felt across Havana, prompting precautionary evacuations from the office buildings and high-rise properties throughout the capital. Authorities reported no immediate injuries or significant damage. Among the buildings evacuated was the historic Londa del Comercio in central Havana, where workers and visitors gathered in nearby streets while officials assessed the situation. Witnesses described sudden shaking that caused desk, computers, and other office equipment to move. People inside the building said the tremor triggered moments of confusion as occupants quickly made their way down stairwells out of the street. Protesters marched through the city carrying banners reading "My teachers, my heroes," and "Violence is not democracy," while some areas showed signs of earlier unrest, including burned bicycles and graffiti. The demonstration followed several days of tension between activists and police, during which officers used water cannons and tear gas to disperse crowds. Organizers accused authorities of responding inappropriately to largely peaceful protests against planned budget reductions. The unrest stems from proposed spending cuts backed by French-speaking Belgian lawmakers, measuring that critics said would significantly affect schools and education services across Belgium's French-speaking regions. That story from Belgium concludes tonight's edition of the World Today. We told you that World Health Organization WHO has commended Uganda for containing the Ebola outbreak. You heard that China and North Korea has pledged deeper cooperation during Pyongyang summit. We also told you that British government has given tech firms 3 months to block children from accessing nude images. Finally, Iran has announced the suspension of attacks on Israel after overnight escalation. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Kechi Obonna in Nairobi with focus on Africa. In Nigeria, how did the army rescue over 300 people, many of them women and children, abducted by Boko Haram in northeastern Borno State?
Honestly, hostage rescue operation is one of the most difficult, most complex operations. Even for the most trained, most equipped, and most resourced hostage rescue units, is at best a 50-50% chance.
And in Rwanda, a genocide survivor on a mission to support women who have suffered sexual and gender-based violence.
There was a lot of sexual violence during that time, and I said to myself as a young girl during the genocide that if I'm ever able to actually live and be out of this situation, I want to be part of something that will bring an end to this kind of violence.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Govinda Gill. Medical sources in Afghanistan say a woman and a child have been killed in a crackdown by Taliban forces on a protest against the detention of dozens of women for breaking strict religious dress codes. The Taliban authorities have denied anyone was killed in the incident in Herat. Carrie Davies reports from Islamabad.
Over the weekend, there were reports that local Taliban government officials in Herat had begun to arrest women they considered to be improperly wearing the hijab by showing their faces. The UN has cited reports that around 30 women were detained. The Taliban government have imposed many restrictions on women since they took power, including strict dress codes. Women must be completely covered when they leave home. Protests against the Taliban are increasingly rare, but a group of men and women took to the streets in Herat to protest.
The United Nations report says Palestinian civilians in Gaza and the West Bank are suffering severe violence on all sides. The UN's Independent International Commission of Inquiry describes how in Gaza, civilians are trapped between what they call the mass atrocities of Israeli forces and the predatory, fear-based rule of Hamas. Alex Murdoch from the UN Children's Agency says young people are being affected the most.
The conditions in Gaza are absolutely dire. First of all, children are still being killed. Just this weekend, 7 children were killed in the Gaza Strip by Israeli fire. And we know that some of those children were simply playing football in the street. We also know that families are crammed into makeshift shelters among the rubble, next to solid waste. We've spoken to parents who have told us heartbreakingly that they don't feel they can do the thing that is most innate to them, which is to protect their children, simply because the conditions are not allowing them to.
France says it will ban Israel's finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, from entering the country. Paris says it took the decision because the far-right politician has been actively promoting the annexation of Palestinian territories. Together with Britain, Norway, Canada, New Zealand and Australia, France is also imposing sanctions on 6 entities and 1 individual accused of enabling settler violence against Palestinian civilians. Sebastian Usher reports from Jerusalem.
The UK government says the move is in response to record settlement expansion and rising settler violence in the occupied West Bank. It's also firmly advising British businesses against activity in illegal Israeli settlements. At the same time, France has announced it's barring the far-right Israeli minister Bezalel Smotrich from entering the country, saying that he actively promotes the annexation of the Palestinian territories. The Israeli Foreign Ministry has condemned the move, saying that it will only serve to fuel anti-Semitism.
Some influential Russian social media channels are reporting the person killed in a car bombing near Moscow on Tuesday morning was a Russian general. World News from the BBC. A protester has been shot in central Kenya during violent demonstrations against an Ebola quarantine centre being built by the United States there. Other protesters have been arrested. The controversial facility is being built as a possible treatment centre for American citizens with Ebola if this becomes necessary. Political leaders in Northern Ireland have called for calm following the arrest of a Sudanese man suspected of carrying out a stabbing attack in Belfast. The victim, a man in his 40s, is in hospital with serious injuries. The attack comes at a time of heightened tensions in the UK over race and migration, with violent skirmishes last week in southern England over the police handling of the murder of a white student by a British Sikh man. Sarah Gervin reports.
Have they got me? Yeah. Get on down!
Video circulating online shows a man being attacked with a knife around a mile from Belfast city centre. People are then seen intervening, including one man wielding a hurling stick who confronts the apparent attacker until police arrived. A man injured in the attack, aged in his 40s, is in hospital where his condition is described as serious. Police have declared a critical incident and say they have begun an investigation to establish a motive.
A black bear, which has caused widespread school closures in the Japanese city of Utsunomiya, north of Tokyo, has been captured. The bear had been on the loose since last weekend. On Tuesday, it was spotted near the city's railway station. A vet fired a tranquilizer gun but missed. A second and third try were then successful. Another apparently very intelligent bear is still roaming the city of Fukushima. It broke into a factory when police surrounded the building. It reportedly escaped by unlocking a window. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
Hello there, I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. You may have heard that the Nigerian army rescued about 360 people, including children, abducted 3 months ago by Boko Haram in northeastern Nigeria. But questions about the operation still linger. Were there negotiations with the armed group, ransoms paid, or use of military tactics? We speak to an expert.
All over the world, governments always deny that they paid ransom. But then the reality of a hostage crisis, depending on who is being held, depending on the political pressure of the government, there are situations where the government will have no option but to pay ransom.
And we hear from Sabine Nkusi, a Rwandan genocide survivor, on how she is helping women who have suffered sexual and gender-based violence.
So we have a program that we call Journey to Healing, and this is a peer-to-peer support group that brings women together so that they can share their experiences of violence, so that they can cry together, so that they can celebrate together and be in solidarity.
It's Tuesday, June 9th. They arrived at night in trucks belonging to the Nigerian military, visibly exhausted from a journey marked by uncertainty. At least 360 abductees were reportedly rescued by the Nigerian army from an enclave linked to a terrorist group deep within the Mandara Mountains in northeastern Borno State. Most of them women and children. They gathered outdoors as military officials conducted medical examinations. Many of the children traumatized, malnourished, and some in critical condition. Some of them were taken to the hospital for medical assistance. Here's one of the women who spoke to the BBC.
We were taken from our homes in the evening shortly before the breaking of fast. We couldn't even break our fast. The terrorists came in their numbers. I can't even estimate how many they were. They were scattered all over our community. That was how we were taken.
I have 5 children, and praise be to God that I have returned with them all. There were little children who died because of the anxiety and harsh conditions. When a mother is unsettled, she will be unable to look after the children. But now there are people looking after us. They bring us food supplies and provide us protection. Currently, we are being provided with mats and other essential needs.
The circumstances surrounding the rescue have become a subject of dispute. While the Nigerian army says the rescue followed weeks of planning and intelligence-led operations that achieved, quote, complete tactical surprise, overwhelming the terrorists and forcing them to abandon their positions and flee into the surrounding mountainous terrain. A different account has emerged. A local group, the Borno South Youth Alliance, told journalists that it facilitated the unconditional release of the abductees and had been in contact with the militants, while online conversations speculate negotiations and possible ransom. During a visit to a camp where the released abductees were being sheltered, the Borno State Governor, Babagana Zulum, had this to say.
To commend the efforts of the Nigerian Armed Forces, commend the efforts of the Office of the National Security Advisor, commend the Office of the Department of Security Services, and all other security agencies, including our gallant Civilian Joint Task Force, forest guards, vigilante and hunters that have participated immensely in ensuring the release of these abducted men, women, and children.
Nigeria has been battling an armed insurgency for nearly 2 decades, with the mass abduction of women and school children becoming one of the key tactics used by insurgents to negotiate the release of their captured members and press other demands. The Army's announcement has raised questions about the tactics employed in rescue operations. To better understand the complexities behind such missions, I have been speaking with Sadiq Shehu, a retired group captain from the Nigerian Air Force and security analyst.
Honestly, hostage rescue operation is one of the most difficult, most complex operations. Even for the most trained, most equipped, and most resourced hostage rescue units, hostage rescue operation is at best a 50-50% chance. So when we hear of 360 persons being rescued, it must have been an extraordinarily successful operation. But like I said, based on the difficulty of the terrain, it is understandable if some people are raising some kind of pessimism about the figures. But this is what we hear from the Nigerian military, and of course there are other voices who are saying that this cannot be. Having said that, there's also a voice of the Commissioner for Information or Security in Borno State, who, according to him, 2 children have died. But even at them, if you have 360 and you lose 2, it must be an extraordinarily successful operation that is, worthy of commendation, if at all that is what happened.
Right. And as an expert now, what would you say determines the approach the military would use for rescue operations such as this? For instance, we know sometimes there are negotiations that take place, other times is an extraction strategy or even a direct assault.
A professional security force will not always take a direct assault as the best option. Assault should be the last option after other measures have failed. And even after other measures have failed, there are certain, considerations that a security force will consider before deciding to go on the offensive. However, the first option is to go on negotiation, especially when there is a line of communication between the hostage takers and government forces. And I think in this respect, like the one we're having in the southern part of the country where school children are abducted, there is communication with the people that are holding the children. If that exists, the security forces is just advised to pursue negotiation. Now, when we say negotiation, it doesn't necessarily mean concession. It also doesn't necessarily mean accepting everything that the hostage takers will take. There are some demands that can be accepted based on humanitarian grounds, and there are demands that can be rejected outright. But even if negotiation fails, the fact that the negotiation is going, it gives the security force time to plan, time to look at other objectives, time to encircle the hostage takers where they are. So negotiation must be part of the hostage crisis, while at the same time the security forces are looking for contingency plans. Now, what will actually, decide whether the security forces should go for a frontal attack? There are certain things that will happen. There are some hardline, kidnappers that might start killing the children or the hostages they are having. If that happens, the security forces will have no option than to storm the place and take their lock, whether some people will be killed during the process, even including the hostages. It also depends. In a hostage crisis, for example, where the hostages are kept in an enclosed place, like a room or a house or a hotel, again, it gives the security forces an advantage to try and storm the place. But in the situation where we don't know the actual location of the hostages, are they kept in one group? Are they dispersed? Are they in an open space? That makes it very difficult to launch a hostage. So these are some of the things that, a security force will generally look at to decide what options are happening. But having said all that, what is always frowned against, not to think that storming the place, like some people are saying, is not the only option. And no matter how you look at it, you have to try negotiation first. But like I said, we must understand negotiation is not necessarily concession. Right. Where, for example, the hostage takers are saying, give us arms, give us ammunition, give us part of the country. Certainly, these are, things that cannot be accepted by the government.
Right, but speaking of negotiations, is it possible that the Nigerian government paid ransoms for the release of this over 300 people?
All over the world, governments always deny that they paid ransom. But then the reality of a hostage crisis, depending on who is being held, depending on the political pressure of the government, there are situations where the government will have no option but to pay ransom. The government may pay ransom directly, the government may pay ransom through an intermediary so that the government has plausible deniability.
Right. Now, Sadiq, we do know that some of these abductors usually post videos on social media of the people that are held in captivity. We also see them posting images with huge stash of cash on social media. Is it not possible that the Nigerian government could use current day intelligence and technology to locate them? Because these videos are uploaded from a certain location.
Geolocation is one of the tactics you can use, to locate where an information is going using the control towers, because every cell phone information, it bounces with a nearby tower. But unfortunately, we have to agree that the whole of Africa, even though we talk of technology, our technology is not that much advanced to do this. But this is a capacity that with the current rate, the Nigerian government should try to acquire. But as of now, honestly, we are at the crawling stage of that technology. Apart from geolocation, part of hostage crisis, sometimes we even have experts that even from the vegetation of an area, they can be able to geolocate this kind of plant or this kind of growth or this kind of tree is in such area. There are many skills.
And Sadiq, just before I let you go, we understand that some school children who are abducted in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, are still in captivity, them and their teachers who were taken from their school. Is there any glimpse of hope that such rescue operation has taken place in Borno would also take place in Ibadan?
It depends on the circumstances, whether the terrain agrees, whether there are roads. You need to geolocalize where the children are. Are they in one group? Are they dispersed? These are all the things. So eventually, whether we'll successfully get them through negotiation or through storming a place or through storming or through paying of ransom or even prisoner exchange, which has been said, or making some kind of political concessions. Honestly, it is the circumstances existing. So while what happened is Borno is very commendable, it is not that straightforward that you can say the same thing will happen in Oyo. There may be two different contexts: geography, terrain, capacity, even the dispersal of the children that are in the hands of the kidnappers.
That was Sadiq Shehu, a retired group captain from the Nigerian Air Force and a security analyst. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. We now turn to Rwanda, where the events of April 6, 1994 marked the beginning of one of the darkest chapters in modern history. The shooting down of the plane carrying then Rwanda's president, Juvenal Habyarimana, and the president of neighboring Burundi, Cyprien Ntaryamira, triggered a genocide that unfolded over 100 days. An estimated 1 million people were killed, and hundreds of thousands of women suffered sexual violence. The legacy of those atrocities continue to shape lives more than 3 decades later. One survivor is Sabine Nkusi. She lived through the genocide as a young teenager, and her experiences have driven her commitment to supporting current survivors of sexual and gender-based violence at the Christian development charity Tear Fund. Before hearing from Sabine, we heard from one of the women she has helped.
I came from a family where there was violence from a very young age. And then the genocide against the Tutsi happened here, and we separated as a family. And I found myself with my siblings, and it was very, very difficult. I had to resort to sex work so that I could provide for my family. And as young as I was, I didn't have my parents anymore. So I had to resort to that work in order to make my siblings live, to put food on the table. There came a time when my siblings were no longer with me, and I met a young man, and we became involved, but he started abusing me. I also became pregnant during that relationship, and he was still abusing me during that relationship. And he was someone who was quite promiscuous and was always having affairs, and I found myself living with HIV as a result of that relationship.
And now to Sabine.
Growing up as a very young girl, I've always had a sense that women were somehow given a different place in society. Although I came from a very progressive family, so my parents were very progressive. We were treated as siblings the same. My brother and sisters were treated equally. But I could see things around me in my community that women were not given the right place, and that felt very uncomfortable to me. So as an example, if you're in a community setting and the man has spoken, then a woman can speak because the man had the last word. And for me, that felt very unfair, and it seemed really odd. Even for my young age, it seemed really, really odd. But I would probably say my involvement in preventing sexual and gender-based violence came from what I witnessed during the Rwandan genocide against Tutsis in 1994. And many people would have heard about this. This completely changed the trajectory of my life as Rwandan, but of every Rwandan that I know of, because there was a lot of sexual violence during that time. And I said to myself as a young girl during the genocide that if I'm ever able to actually live and be out of this situation, I want to be part of something that will bring an end to this kind of violence. So that's how I came to make the vow. And 32 years later, here I am doing this work.
32 years is a long time, and your work gives women a voice in Rwanda and even across Africa. There are laws and support systems in place, but does stigma and silence still stop many women from seeking help?
So stigma and silence, so those are some of the real issues that we are seeing in the work that I do. And what women are saying to us is that they don't have space to talk about their experiences of abuse. So we have a program that we call Journey to Healing, and this is a peer-to-peer support group that brings women together so that they can share their experiences of violence, so that they can cry together, so that they can celebrate together and be in solidarity together, but also reimagine, dream for a better future for their lives. But one of the key things that they tell us is that actually this is the first time I'm able to talk about my experience. This is the first time I'm able to share fully about what has happened to me, because I'm not able to share this outside because people will see me differently. I remember a woman once told us that she's seen as damaged goods, and even the fact that her husband is still with her, although she had gone through sexual violence, had been violated by someone else, the community members are telling him, why are you staying with damaged goods? So that kind of stigma is a huge issue. But I can also say that the journey that these women go through, healing journey, brings them to a beautiful place where what has happened to them is no longer their identity, that they have a better future.
Now, Sabina, why is it important to work through churches and faith leaders, faith organizations in tackling sexual and gender-based violence?
Faith leaders are key in tackling sexual and gender-based violence because they can use the influence that they have. They can use their influence to speak out against sexual and gender-based violence. They are also respected in their communities. They are listened to. If a faith leader says something at the pulpit, the church members will be listening to that. We have seen, and I have seen this kind of a transformation that takes place where faith leaders are speaking out and they're able to also challenge some of the misinterpretation of the Holy Scriptures that perpetuate inequality in society.
Let's talk a bit about families now. Sometimes I see on social media when, women come out to talk about gender-based violence of different kinds, including sexual violence and sexual abuse, and even being beaten or attacked, physical abuse and all. Some people in the comments always say domestic violence is a private matter. How did society get here, and what's behind this belief?
Domestic violence is not a private matter. It's actually everyone's problem. So we have a program that we call Transforming Masculinities. And one of the key activities that we do in this Transforming Masculinities is something that we call persons and things, right? So I'll quickly describe what that is. So we get 3 groups of people to come together. One group, we say to them, you are going to be a thing. The other group, we say to them, you are going to be a person. And the third group, we said to them, you're going to be an observer. And then we give briefs to different groups. We said to the person, you can do whatever you want with the thing. And then we said to the thing, you have to listen to the person. And then we tell the observer to observe. And then we tell them, interact. And it's interesting, the kind of interaction that takes place. So the person will do the most outrageous thing to the things, and then after 5 minutes we tell the thing, now you are the thing, but you're going to be the person. When the thing becomes a person, they even inflict worse than what was happening to them. Wow. But then the observers, I asked them, tell me, you observers, what did you observe? They said, okay, we've seen this person doing this to the thing. And I said to them, why did you not do anything? And they said, but no one told us to do anything. But I said that this is exactly what happens in a community. You see things that are happening around you, but you think it's not your problem. But you have the ability to speak out and not let someone suffer. So it is not a private matter.
Right. How do you measure the success of these programs and the experiments and the activities that you do? Does it in any way inform changing behaviors beyond the workshops or the exercises themselves?
In a lot of the projects or programs that we do, we always have a bit of a research component to it, where we look at, when we started this program, this is what the situation was, and then when we ended, this is what the situation is, and this is the impact. And we've had tremendous, data, evidence that these interventions do work. Even the stories.
I have to ask you this. When you look at the next generation, what changes around masculinity and gender relationships would you most like to see in African communities?
We're at a time where we're connected, right? We're connected as a global community. The younger generation, they have access to media, they have access to information. So I think what is important for us, and I'm thinking even myself as a parent, again, of 2 boys, it is important that we have intergenerational conversations, that we speak to our elders and challenge some of their thinking, but that we also, as for the younger generation to say, okay, this is what we've seen around us, but we don't want this. Can you support us actually understand what is the best way forward so that we can have, I suppose, better relationships, we can have better homes if we choose to be in a relationship and to marry?
Many thanks to Sabine Nkusi, the lead for the prevention of sexual and gender-based violence at the Christian development charity TFON. And if you would like to hear more, you can find it on People Fixing the World in this week's edition, Ending Violence Against Women. We hear more about Sabine's work and visit some of the projects she spoke about. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. But before we go, on yesterday's episode, we erroneously reported that the World Football Governing Body, FIFA, increased the number of teams participating in this year's World Cup from 38 to 48. They actually increased the teams from 32 to 48. And now to some of your feedback. We heard from Matthew Philemon Bayo in Sierra Leone, and he's asking a question related to our recent episode on a condition which used to be known as PCOS, but has been renamed to PMOS. Matthew wants to know if a woman with PMOS can still have children. We put the question to Dr. Caroline Mithi, an endocrinologist in Nairobi.
Hey Matthew from Sierra Leone. Yes, a woman with PMOS or PCOS previously can have a child normally. It does not mean that all women with PMOS have difficulty conceiving, but we know just a small percentage, but then we are able to manage that.
Thanks to Matthew and Dr. Mithi. You can watch that episode on the BBC News Africa YouTube page. Should you want to speak with us, send a WhatsApp message on +254 791 269243 or drop us an email on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. Today's episode was produced by Blessing Aderoba and Ayuba Ilya from Lagos. Kingante Shumba was the senior journalist in charge, and Maxwell Onyango, the technical producer. Our editors are Charles Gitonga and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nkechi Obonna, and I'll speak to you again soon.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.